never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looking at the clock, crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So good morning in the East. Good evening to our friends out West. As our friends begin to come on board, another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we'll be working our way into a Thursday. And for those out there rolling up and down the highways and byways, moving the freight, keeping this country on board. Well, if you like driving in the rain, many of you will be doing that tonight. Right through the central portions of the country. Rains stretching all the way up into Winnipeg and areas much further to the north. I mean, we've got precip stretching from Churchill way up in Canada, stretching down through, well, let's see, on the eastern side of the storm. Much of Minnesota in the rain tonight. Rain from St. Paul back into the Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota line. A lot of rain in Iowa. Rains have moved into the Des Moines area. Now you start to get some heavier rain as you move further south. Arkansas seeing some rain. It's light to moderate rain there. Much of Missouri, though. A lot of rain through Missouri, eastern Kansas, eastern Nebraska. Then you got to move off to the east a little bit further. We get into some of the really heavy rains. Southern portions of Mississippi, Alabama, along the Gulf Coast, western portions of the Florida Panhandle, and torrential rains through much of Alabama tonight. Let me zoom in a little closer here. Yeah, from Mobile to Montgomery, Alabama to Tuscaloosa, that entire zone. Boy, heavy-duty rain coming down. Then again, rain stretching up through western Tennessee in that zone between Nashville and Memphis. So again, a lot of rain tonight. Precip has ended in the Northeast, with the exception of a few, maybe lightly scattered showers over eastern portions of Massachusetts. But boy, the damage, you got walloped in the Northeast from that nor'easter the last couple of days. The onslaught. I'm looking at some of the numbers. Here we go. I had that there somewhere. More than 470,000 without power in Massachusetts as the nor'easter was pounding the region. The outage map showed a whopping 473,000 and some change without power as of like 8:20 Wednesday morning. Wind gust reached 97 miles per hour at the height of the storm. And although the wind began to die down as we progressed through the midday hours, you still had gusts reaching close to 70 miles per hour on the outer Cape. About half the town of Chatham was without power Wednesday morning. Lots of damage, trees, power lines down. Had to perform a rescue. A woman had to be rescued from her car after a tree came down as she was driving in Barnstable. The car wound up on top of live power lines, but police were able to rescue her safely. No injuries there. The Massachusetts Steamship Authority suspended all service. The storm continued to bring high winds to the area. Travel on the roads was extremely dangerous. That was the word this past day from the ferry service. Please do not attempt to come to our terminals. Dozens of schools closed or delayed. The nor'easter also swept through the New York City region. Mayor de Blasio warned the public, expect some impacts through the early hours there on Wednesday. Hold on to your hats, especially along the coast, was the tweet from the National Weather Service office there in New York City. Hold on to your hats. While the rain has ended, winds remain blustery as the storm continues to pull away from the coastal areas. As anticipated, many areas saw winds 40 to 60 miles per hour at times early on Wednesday. So, from New Jersey to Maine, hundreds of thousands in the dark. They're now saying this storm bears some striking similarities to the 1991 perfect storm, that infamous nor'easter that forecasters still use as a benchmark 30 years later. This nor'easter could still transform into a tropical or subtropical system in the coming days, they tell us. And it could garner the last designated name on the Atlantic hurricane season list, which would be Wanda. The storm that later garners names such as the Halloween storm of 1991 and the perfect storm that ended up being a Hollywood motion picture, took the lives of more than a dozen people. Winds from this week's nor'easter gusted over 100 miles per hour, far above the readings from the 1991 storm, which maxed out at like 76, according to AccuWeather. There are hundreds of weather stations on the Massachusetts coast today compared to just a handful that were in place there 30 years ago. So really, we can't be sure that this storm actually had higher winds or not. But because winds can be local, forecasters typically use pressure to gauge the strength of a storm. And by that measure, so far, this week's nor'easter dropped to 974 millibars, slightly less powerful than the perfect storm 30 years ago that bottomed out at 972 millibars. So very close in strength. Surf will remain rough. Significant beach erosion in the Northeast on into the day today. Thursday, offshore heavy seas that are dangerous for small craft will continue through the end of the week. Now, since the storm will spend a considerable amount of time over sufficiently warm Atlantic waters into the end of the week, it still has the potential to acquire tropical or subtropical characteristics, they tell us. In either case, there's the chance it could become, again, a named storm maybe early this morning, while it's taking that eastward path away from the U.S. So we're not expecting any significant impacts as a tropical or subtropical system, except the continuation of rough surf and heavy seas, especially well offshore. So the most significant impacts would be cross-Atlantic shipping, cruise lines, and the deep sea fishing interests. Temperatures in the waters a couple hundred miles off the New England coast, ranging from the upper 60s to lower 70s, a little bit too cool to nurture any kind of tropical development. But yeah, that was a blockbuster of a storm this past day, right? And essentially, you're going to get a brief period of time to dry out, but it's not going to last long. AccuWeather forecasters tell us more soaking rain and gusty winds return late this week for portions of the Northeast, just blasted by the nor'easter. After just a brief break in stormy weather, another storm pushing across the center of the country tonight makes its way toward the eastern U.S. This same storm will bring explosive thunderstorms to the center of the country on into Thursday before taking aim further east. Rain begins to spread over the Ohio Valley, reaching to the mid-Atlantic and portions of the Northeast as the storm navigates eastward Friday. While this approaching storm isn't forecast to be nearly as strong as the nor'easter, additional heavy rain could again enhance flooding issues that are already in place in the Northeast. Most of the region not forecast to encounter rainfall rates prolific as what we saw with the nor'easter, but there will be one area that has to contend with some heavy rain on Friday. They've kind of pinpointed an area across southern Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, and eastern West Virginia, as well as northern Virginia for periods of heavy rainfall Friday. Thankfully, those areas didn't really get hit hard by the nor'easter, so only localized flash flooding in some of the low-lying areas would be a concern. Now, that will not continue to be the case on Saturday as the storm pushes further east. Another round of soaking rain in store for some of the areas that were just on the receiving end of the worst impacts of that nor'easter, especially from the New York City tri-state area to southern New England. Lots of debris in the wake of the nor'easter. So Saturday will bring some bad news for those hoping to clean up from the mess Mother Nature has already left behind. Rounds of steady rain will spread over the entirety of the Northeast. Another inch or two of rain in the forecast. While that amount of rain over the course of 24 to 48 hours may not seem like much, it can be more than enough to renew the flooding concerns there. More rain is going to contribute to the already swollen rivers, triggering some urban flooding. Some populated areas may be particularly susceptible to urban flooding, as any levees stripped from trees during the nor'easter could easily clog storm drains. So even though the storm is forecast to keep moving steadily along, it's going to tend to pivot over the region as it weakens. That's going to allow some of the area to receive heavier, drenching periods of rain for a more extended period of time. Even for locations in the Northeast that aren't cleaning up after the nor'easter, this rain may force some to change their plans leading up to Halloween. Looks like the storm will keep the soggy, spooky weather in the forecast for any neighborhoods that hold trick-or-treating before Halloween itself. I've been kind of wondering that myself, whether Some areas, I think they're opting in some cases to do trick-or-treating Saturday night rather than Sunday night because the kids have to get up early Monday morning and head off to school. So, yeah, I guess in your respective region around the country, you'll have to do some checking locally. And again, I haven't heard anything about trick-or-treating in our local area, Saturday or Sunday night. I'm assuming it's Sunday night, but all right, we did get some good news on the front of oil prices. We were talking here a few nights ago. If you weren't with us, the report had come in that the inventories at Cushing, Oklahoma, continue to drop at a very rapid pace. And they were alluding to Cushing could essentially be out of oil. Now, there would still be oil there. But they explained in order for that facility, for things to operate correctly, they have to have like it was 20 million barrels of oil. The number had dropped as of earlier this week down to 31 million, a loss of like 4 million barrels over just the previous week. The numbers are continuing to drop. Now, oil prices fell this past day as crude stockpiles rose a bit more than expected. Now, even as the inventories continued to drop and tanks at the nation's largest storage hub, that's Cushing, emptied further. But the bigger than expected rise in crude stocks gave some investors a bit of an impetus to unload some long positions after strong gains in recent weeks brought both the Brent and U.S. crude benchmarks to multi-year highs. Brent futures ended down $1.82, just over 2%, 84.58 a barrel, after closing at a 7-year high on Tuesday. Here in the U.S., the West Texas Intermediate crude settled down $1.99 or 2.4% at 82.66 per barrel. Now, they say that's a reasonable pullback on profit-taking, more than anything, but, still $80 for West Texas Intermediate is a fairly strong number. Both of those benchmarks closed Friday with a 7th straight weekly gain as major producers hold back supply and demand rebounds. Now, crude inventories rose by 4.3 million barrels last week. According to the Energy Department, that was more than the expected 1.9 million barrel gain. Gasoline stocks dropped by 2 million barrels, lowering them to levels not seen in nearly 4 years. As people were all grappling with rising prices to fill the tanks, but the storage of West Texas Intermediate delivery hub in Cushing, Oklahoma, is more depleted than at any point in the last 3 years, they tell us. Prices are further for longer-dated future contracts, pointing to supplies probably staying at those levels for months. So sounds like they're not anticipating inventories to build at Cushing anytime soon. The lowering numbers expected to continue with this trend. Let's see here. Who we got on board? Heavy D out of the box there. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Stay safe out there. Good to have you with us, Heavy D. 007 checking in from Lincoln, Illinois at the Pilot truck stop tonight. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Hello from Cookie. Cookie said, I'll catch the podcast tomorrow. I'm actually feeling kind of sleepy. And that's a good thing. Going to get some rest. All right. Good to have you with us. Bama checking in from Bluntsville, Alabama, headed to Texas, and the rain is starting to move in. Does anybody know if the registration for the Mid-America Truck Show has opened up yet? I have not heard if that's open yet or not. Yeah, I've never been there, but I'm planning on attending. Everybody have a splendid day. Yeah, once the Mid-America rolls around next year, it'll be the first time in literally 3 years that we've all had an opportunity to get together. I guarantee it's probably going to be one of the biggest shows they've ever had all the major OEMs, everyone will be there. For a period of time, some of the major OEMs opted to go on an every other year kind of basis because they felt like they didn't really have enough new technology and new stuff to show off to have a big show every year. So they had opted for an every other year. Over a 3-year time frame, I guarantee everybody's got lots of new stuff to be showing off. I mean, across the board. They're in Louisville. Hello to Fly Rod, checking in from Cartersville, Georgia this morning. Michael's on board from Harrison, Ohio. Marianne checking in from Southwest Ohio. Good to have you with us. Have a great night. Hello, Steve, from Kings Mills, Ohio. There's John on board. Captain Ron checking in from the Florida-Georgia line, rolling north. 55 degrees there. Morning from Kingsbury, Indiana. That's John with us. Tapeworm checking in from Amarillo, Texas. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Larry. Everybody hammer down. Be safe out there. 2 hours behind tonight. Had a flat tire on a brand new tire. How's that work out? All right, we'll get some of our other listening friends checking in here early on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I've kind of lost track of how long the John Deere strike has been ongoing, but it continues. Not good news out of Milan, Illinois, a UAW member who was hit and killed by a car as he was walking to the picket line at the John Deere Parts Distribution Center this past morning. Has been identified as 56-year-old Richard Rich. The Rock Island County coroner said preliminary autopsy results indicate the man died from multiple traumatic chest injuries. It does not appear at this time that excessive speed was a factor in this tragic accident. The investigation remains open and active with the Milan Police Department. It was just after 6 a.m. this past morning. Officers responded to the intersection of Rock Island Milan Parkway and Deer Drive for a person hit by a car. Police say the initial investigation shows Rich was crossing the parkway at Deer Drive. The director of public relations for the UAW International confirming that Rich was a member of Local 79. He had worked there for 15 years. According to Rothenberg, he was hit while walking the picket line. The official statement from UAW members mourning the death today of 56-year-old member of Milan, Illinois, Local 79, a 15-year employee at the John Deere Parts Distribution Plant in Moline, Illinois, struck in a traffic accident, fatally injured while walking to the picket line. On behalf of the UAW and all working families, we mourn the passing of our brother. It is a somber time to lose a member who made the ultimate sacrifice in reporting to picket for a better life for his family and co-workers. The UAW will adhere to the policy to withhold the member's name at that point in time until family notified. And, of course, subsequently they have. All right, so tragedy on the picket lines this past morning. Deere did release a statement here. Let's see. The UAW flag is going to be flying at half-staff in honor of the fallen brother. Deere says, we're saddened by the tragic accident and death of one of our employees struck by a vehicle before dawn this morning. All of us at John Deere expressed our deepest condolences to the family and friends. We have no further details as we await reports from law enforcement. All right, tragedy there. All right, let's get to our calls here. Out of the box, Jolly Green's on the line. We'll get you coming up. I want to jump down to Terry. Because last evening, the topic came up about the drivers and many, from India. And you've got quite a presence there in Canada as well. And you said you could maybe give us some details on what's that all about.
Yeah, I did some research before I called you in there and just pulled up some numbers. And it said as of 2019, we had over a million Indians in the country of Canada, most of them in Ontario, and then secondly, out west in British Columbia. But they come over as immigrants. They're not, you're asking if they were recruited to come over. Not so much. They came over and then they worked their way into the trucking industry. And like the article was saying, which is true, Indians belong to tribes. Like they're very close-knit community. Mm-hmm. And as the one article was saying, when one person gets into the job, a whole bunch of them come with them. And it also said currently the Punjabi community has 60% of the trucking jobs in Canada right now.
Wow, 60%.
Yes, and what was I going to say? It goes back to what you were saying yesterday. It's all about driver retention. Like, as far as I'm concerned, we don't get paid enough. That's my biggest gripe. But a lot of guys left the industry, and the Indian community was happy to fill the void because coming over as immigrants, it's hard to get a job, especially a skilled labor job, into a new country there. So they kind of adapted into the trucking industry. And a lot of them have their own companies in Ontario within their own community and stuff. But yeah, like I said, once one comes, a whole bunch of them come.
Well, I'm kind of guessing when coming to the U.S. or Canada, for that matter, the potential to earn a decent wage in India, not that good. So they're probably, I'm assuming, much like here, happy to work at a wage that would be lower than most Canadian or U.S. workers would anticipate. And so they're really kind of holding down and keeping down the wages for others, probably.
Yes. Actually, talking about that, the article also said that they can make $4,000 to $5,000 a month. And they said they were more than happy to accept that money compared to what they're used to before. So that's another thing that gave them the incentive to do the job.
There you go. Yeah. So it's, they kind of call it cheap labor. I mean, it's definitely lower cost labor, and they're happy to do it. That's the thing.
Yes. And the other thing, as far as their truck financing, they don't go to the banks generally like what we have to get a loan for the truck. They do it within their own churches and their own communities and relatives and stuff. They finance their own. So that's how a lot of them get a good start on the business, because they're taken care of by their own relatives and such.
Okay. Yeah, because whoever brought that up said, many of them have, they're very nice trucks, say something, nicer trucks than I'm driving, that's what he was saying, so.
Yes, and what else was I going to say? They're not bad people. Like, actually, they're very proud and noble people. I guess they were like quite the warriors back in the day. For fighting and stuff. But like, I don't know. I just don't trust Muslims myself. But the Sikh community or the Indians, I don't have a problem with them at all. But that being said, a lot of them are horrible drivers. If you ever watch like the highway heavy rescue 401, you're going to see a lot of the ones that wreck are of the East Indian community. They're not very well skilled drivers, but I think that goes back to where they come from, where they're in a very busy country, and they don't. I don't think they have much patience for anything. They just go. Like it's very stressful for them. And I just think they have a hard time adapting to just being able to settle down and adjust to the driving conditions in Canada.
That's
kind of overdrive
right.
themselves.
Yep. Yeah. You go to other countries and whatnot. Yeah, you can say they just drive like maniacs. There's no rules of the road. Just pull out when you're ready to pull out.
Yes, like I said, they're not a bad people, but like I said, they do have a lot of horrible drivers, and I'd have to say about 90% of the accidents in Ontario are involved with them, because obviously they're the majority of the trucking industry right now. So that the numbers match with the Indian community there. But I got a couple other things I can touch on too, if you don't mind, after this.
Okay.
Just to sum up our election with Trudeau there, he ended up only winning one more seat. He just named his cabinet a couple days ago, and they're not sitting back till November. So, again, that was a waste of time. Mm-hmm. We really never came ahead with that one at all. And our provincial government on Monday opened up, before we were limited to 50% to gyms, movies, and restaurants, and now we're open to 100% attendance now, even to like sporting events, which is a good thing. But unfortunately, we still have to wear masks. We're not past that stage yet, and we're doing that. I was telling you before, we got to do the vaccine passport if we want to attend one of those events. You just can't. If you're not vaccinated, you can't go.
Really?
Which is, I don't know. I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Like for yourself to say, if you wanted to go see a football game in Canada, you're not going to go see one unless you got the shot.
I'll be darned. Okay. So you are still, I mean, under Trudeau, they're still maintaining some pretty damn strict mandates and requirements. Yes, but
again, he never went as far as the Biden government, where he's forcing the employees with, the 100 or more. They've had to have mandatory vaccinations. They're hitting up more the health community more than anything, like the hospitals and the old age homes. Mm-hmm. They have to be vaccinated now, or if not, they're going to lose their jobs. And there's no exception. There's no, you can get tested once a week type thing. You're either vaccinated or you're gone.
Okay. Very interesting. Well, Terry, it's great to hear from you. I appreciate you tuning in here, as you do on a fairly regular basis, and chime in anytime.
I shall. And sorry, yesterday was kind of weird without Horse Brothers calling in there. I missed the Mike. I was kind of screwed up my week. You know what I'm saying?
I'm guessing. I'm just assuming, because I haven't talked to him. I'm assuming it was that big storm, the nor'easter, that he may not have even been rolling last night. Maybe we'll hear from him tonight. Aside from that, I hope everything's okay, right?
Yeah, me too. But he just he screwed up a lot of our weekly cycles by not calling in. So.
Oh, boy. All right. Thank you much, Terry. Hey, let's get a news break here as we roll into a Thursday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
I know it's just October, but it's never too early to look for Christmas gifts and give those you love the gift of a good night's sleep. Go to MyPillow.com, shop for great gifts including the original MyPillow, MyPillow slippers, mattress toppers, pet beds, and of course my promo code USA will save you up to 66% on anything on the MyPillow website. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code USA, and give someone a gift that you love.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that is our number if you want to jump on board. As far as severe weather is concerned in the south, it's really going to be, it's kind of like Gulf Coast regions that have, even through the overnight hours, the potential of seeing severe weather. I'm looking here, Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, a tornado watch that continues for the duration of the night, till 6 a.m. for a handful of counties in the Florida Panhandle region. Bay County, Gulf County, Walton, Calhoun, Washington, Liberty, Franklin, Wakulla counties. And that goes till 6 o'clock this morning. And they've also got, watches for some of the adjacent coastal waters, obviously. Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay, Pensacola Bay, and several other areas. Coastal waters from Pensacola to Pascagoula, Mississippi. And that continues for looks like another couple of hours. So just a heads up, that's where the greatest threat for tornadic activity continues overnight. Earlier in the day on Wednesday, it was parts of Texas that were under the gun. And obviously some confirmed tornadoes because they were caught on camera. In one case, filmed barreling across the highway, sparking blinding explosions, leaving drivers stunned. The footage showing the twister passing in front of cars, debris being thrown into the air, believed to have touched down in Orange County Wednesday morning. That after a tornado warning had been issued for Houston and the surrounding areas this past morning. The National Weather Service had numerous tornado watches across the state. Thousands of people across the Lone Star State were left without power as a result of those storms. In Newton County, homes damaged, trees down. In Marcyville, where multiple reports of damage came in there. Of course, those storms continue to push on into Louisiana, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. And again, that's the zone where we continue to see some stronger storms tonight as I kind of zoom in once again at this hour. Right now, the storms will begin to encroach as far east as, say, Panama City in fairly short order. You get just a little west of Panama City. Big-time rain, thunderstorms, torrential rains coming in from Mobile to Pensacola to Crestview. And again, approaching the Panama City area. But the radar depicting the plume of moisture, plenty of Gulf moisture, just streaming into that region tonight. So going to be a slow go, especially traveling through Alabama. Hello, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. There is a rumor going around that Jolly Green Giant and Sex Maniac will be dressing up for Halloween this weekend. Well, I want to announce that is true. We will be trick-or-treating and in your area, Steve.
Oh, no.
We will be collecting $20 bills for every house we go to. We will not be accepting candy, only $20 bills. We will be taking that money, and we will raise the USS Minnow that's at the bottom of the ocean floor. We're going to restore that ship, and we will be accepting reservation for 3-hour cruises starting next summer. So I want everybody to try to, help us raise this ship or restore this ship. And by the way, there will be no Gilligan on this job. No, sir. We're going to do this the right way. There will be no more of hitting icebergs in the middle of the ocean. No, sir. Also, I want to bring up, for some of you that are familiar with Dough Handle, Joe, who worked for UPS, is a good friend of a lot of us. Sekmayak and I both used to work with Joe at the company we work for. Well, I found out 2 days ago he's in the hospital with COVID-19 pneumonia. So all you guys out there, on a serious note, he definitely needs your prayer. He had a term for the worst last night. His oxygen level got low, and they had to raise the ventilator oxygen level up higher. So if you think that COVID-19 is not real, so you can't die from it, I'm telling you guys,
it's real.
I will tell you that I heard last night by talking to Captain Ron and Fly Rod that some of the cases in those wards in the hospital, most of those cases are non-vaccinated people, not people that have been vaccinated, non-vaccinated people. Now, I'm not saying that you've got the shot, you're not going to get COVID-19 pneumonia. I'm just saying that that's what the statistics is saying. So I don't know if our friend has been vaccinated. I have no idea. But I know that he could use some prayers. And I want to bring that attention to your audience.
Yeah.
And I just want to let everybody know, I just want to tell you, I appreciate everybody. And thank you for all the trucking news, Steve. And I hope you have a good night. All right?
Yeah,
Take
I know.
care. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for the update there. That's not good. I mean, from the very get-go, I mean, my understanding had been that once you're placed on a ventilator, that your odds of survival go down exponentially. It's that's pretty much been the status quo. I do know, like I said, early on in the pandemic, well over a year ago, it's like 80% mortality for people that had to be placed on ventilators. I have not seen numbers more recently as to whether, but for so many that succumb to it, it's initially the COVID, and then when the pneumonia sets in, that's what apparently is, for whatever reason, so difficult to treat. And so, yes, prayers for No Name Joe. Wow. I hate to hear that. It's about 15 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, well, speaking of COVID, a bill introduced by Senator Marsha Blackburn, supported by OOIDA, would exempt truck drivers and other essential workers from the sweeping vaccine mandates. It is entitled the Keeping Our COVID-19 Heroes Employed Act. It would exempt essential workers, again, from the mandate. The bill defines an essential worker as anyone who government bodies deemed essential or was exempt from any of the restrictions during the early on response to the pandemic. OIDA thanks Senator Blackburn for introducing legislation that will ensure vaccination remains a personal decision for our truck drivers, says Todd Spencer with OOIDA. Now, throughout the pandemic, we provided our members with the most up-to-date information on vaccines, but we have always maintained that it is a personal choice, just like any health decision. They said truckers already confronted with an excessive amount of regulations and mandates. Trucking is one of the most regulated professions in the entire country. And right now, the ongoing supply chain crisis has exposed the unpaid wait times and other difficult working conditions that drivers are often forced to endure. These are just a couple of the reasons the industry has long suffered from an excessively high turnover problem. Congress must ensure the industry can better attract and retain drivers who've always been critical in keeping the supply chain moving. And we believe this legislation will help accomplish that. So, we had word a couple of days ago that Marsha Blackburn was planning to introduce such legislation, and indeed she has. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. Looks like Hillbilly Tex will be checking in. We've got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I suppose this guy should get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Brain Dead, as a matter of fact, shared the video a couple of hours ago. Surveillance camera video. I'll share that if I can. I'm not sure. Does he allow you? Yeah, he doesn't have the share link there. But so you have to go to Brain Dead's page. But he said, every morning I stop at T-Rick's in Hazen, Arizona. Or Arkansas, I'm sorry, Hazen, Arkansas. For those who aren't familiar, this is right next door to the Loves. The video is last Monday night, a trucker pulling in, hit their awning for the gas pumps and backed it up and drove off. And a bunch of the awning actually collapsed in between the fuel islands there. They're looking for some help in finding out who did this. So they've got 2 different angles. One that looks like it's a camera that was actually mounted on the physical store. The other was a camera angle from the actual, like the awning where the pumps are. And looking at the video, I can't really discern any, like DOT numbers or whatnot. Just, so I don't know, very difficult to pinpoint that one, but very interesting. DA of the Week nominee for sure. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on with Hillbilly Tex this morning?
Hey, Steve. Oh, I'm going to piss a lot of people off this morning, but I really don't give a hoot nanny. Oh, I sure wish you'd have read that email from Big Moose the other day. Oh, that explained a lot of stuff. But look at here. You gotta They got a stumbling, mumbling chip hauler down in South Carolina threw a big moose under the damn bus 2 times the other night. And I tell you what, if you throw big moose under the damn bus, you just throw those hillbilly chicks under the bus too. And it made me plenty damn mad because ain't nobody got the kahunas to come on this radio show and take up for the man that give half of everything he's ever earned away to people. You know, he's a good-hearted man, and he's got a damn opinion just like damn Chevy guy does. And I tell you what, all you people keep burning my damn telephone up. If I don't answer, I don't know you. And so if I know you, I'll answer. But all I can say is sell your coat and buy a sword, because by God, it's coming. And I'm 1042. Thank you, sir.
At the house. All right, Tex. I did get an email from Moose. This is the developments, the 99% of which happened on the after hours line, and I see 99% of the audience would have no idea what it's even about. So I was just trying to leave it off the actual on-air program and let the parties involved work things out amongst themselves, like off the program. If that makes any sense. So it was just my personal decision. I have not spoke to Moose. I haven't called him yet. I did talk to Chevy Guy this past morning. And all right, let's move on. Remember a few mornings ago, maybe it was late last week, when Lone Ranger had called in. And he was telling us about that the stock that he wanted to get in on that started the day at $12 a share. Remember that? The DWAC stock, Digital World Acquisition, the deal that's teaming up with Trump to put together his new social media platform. A stock that started that day at $12 ended up in excess of $54, closed out at like $48. Then the next day, that stock went just bat crap crazy. And at one point, it was at $175 a share before dropping back down closer to, I think it was closer to $100 per share. And I said at the time, a couple of days ago, that undoubtedly that means there were people that were buying in between like 150 and 175 a share, where it topped out at. By the end of that day, they had lost quite a bit of money, right? It's kind of comical. Here would be a potential example of just that. In one Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. According to the report, she bought as much as $50,000 worth of shares in that shell company that was merging with President Trump's new media venture. According to the financial disclosure form, she bought shares of Digital World Acquisition last Friday, when they were skyrocketing to breathtaking levels. But just days later, it plunged in value. The disclosure form from Tuesday of this week indicated she purchased somewhere between $15,001 and $50,000 worth of shares. It does not specify what price she acquired the shares at, but it's very likely lost money on the trade, at least on paper. News of the purchase previously reported by CongressTrading.com. They track trading activity by politicians. Now, this is kind of where it goes back, where they made that agreement to combine with Digital World Acquisition Corporation to stand up to the tyranny of the big tech companies. Shares of that company in the first day after the deal was announced began to rise dramatically, quadrupling in the first day. By Friday, as I mentioned, it had climbed as high as $175, which was like 1,657% above the closing on Wednesday. That was the day that Greene bought her shares. This SPAC attracted interest from traders on Wall Street Bets, the Reddit page behind the whole GameStop rally earlier this year. But the rally quickly fizzled out. Digital World fell 11% on Monday, then lost 30% on Tuesday. Right now it's trading about $65 a share, down by 2/3 from just last week's peak. It's not clear how much Green maybe has lost so far on that bet. On the day she made the trade, though, it traded in a very wide range, anywhere from just shy of $68 a share to as much as $175 a share. They say at best the investment would be probably in the red slightly compared with the current trading levels, but it's all a gamble, right? You're taking a shot and hoping for the best. Jumping on that bandwagon, which it's almost like the cryptocurrency craze when everybody starts piling in, buy, and then everybody starts cashing in. Profit taking. There are many who made a pretty good fortune when that thing was on the rise. Meanwhile, we're wrapping things up for hour number 1 here. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388, so feel free to dial us up and jump on board. We quickly jump back over to, some of the other listening friends that were checking in hour number 1. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. As always, shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from rain-soaked Blue Mound, Kansas. Eskimo Mom is on board from a breezy southwest Ohio tonight. I had a last-minute stop to my load that's putting me a bit behind schedule, but in trucking, you've got to be flexible. Right now, cloudy, about 49 degrees. Everybody be safe out there. Heat wave on board from Utah, headed towards Albuquerque. He's rolling toward the Hacienda tonight. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Good to have you with us. Also in Michigan, One Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in, 49 degrees. Kind of a creepy color in the secret studio there, Steve. I had the orange overhead going. I've still got the orange down below. But I was looking at the camera and it seemed like it was causing like just an incredible. My face looked white like a ghost. So I changed it kind of like to a more of a purple, which would also coincide with Halloween. I don't know if that looks any better or not. How do you like my tombstone there? Nice, huh? All right, more of our listening friends we'll get to coming up here. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a 4th COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
It's a MyPillow for the rest of your body. The MyPillow mattress topper. You will sleep well. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Don't forget, using my promo code USA will save you a bunch of money on anything on the MyPillow website. Christmas is coming. Get ready. MyPillow.com, promo code USA, 1-800-951-8175.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
As the investigation continues into the shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie in Santa Fe, New Mexico that killed the film's cinematographer, authorities say criminal charges haven't been ruled out. The Santa Fe County Sheriff and District Attorney both agree that accusations of safety on the movie set prior to the shooting could be a factor into a decision over whether to file the charges. District Attorney Mary Carmack Altweiss was asked if negligence was involved.
We can't say that it was negligence by whom, how many people were involved. We can't say that with any certainty at this point. So when we get to that point, yes, I will speak to that.
Negotiations continue among Democrats as they try to come together on what should be part of President Biden's spending plan. There's still a question on whether a tax on billionaires should be included. Democrats had been hoping to have a framework in place before President Biden heads to Europe on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Once again, the Attorney General is on Capitol Hill answering questions. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Attorney General Merrick Garland testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday on oversight of the Department of Justice. Garland has suggested that parent protests at schools could potentially be threats to school officials, calling the FBI and DOJ to investigate these incidents. North Carolina Republican Senator and Senate Judiciary Committee member Tom Tillis reacts to the testimony and believes some of his questions weren't answered.
The point that I tried to make is the chilling effect this is going to have on other parents who should feel comfortable going to school board meetings and rejecting some of these policies like we've seen in Loudoun County and across the country. There's no question in my mind that people are going to think twice when they think they have the watchful eye of the FBI overlooking everything that they say.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Police temporarily evacuated 3 buildings on Capitol Hill after the Department of Health and Human Services received a bomb threat. The nearby O'Neill House office building and the U.S. Botanical Gardens were also evacuated. Authorities also closed several roads in and around the area of the Capitol. After a thorough sweep, nothing was found and the evacuation was lifted. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, back at it here as we roll into hour number 2. That Thursday coming on. And plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we all recall the summer of 2020, right? the summer of riots and violence in the streets. Yeah, protests. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, George Floyd, we all recall. Recall the young guy by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse, who had gone in with a long gun to protect. It was a car lot. I can't recall if it was a car dealership that belonged to his father or a friend of his father, but that was the evening when the sun went down. Chaos ensued. Video coming of him being chased through the streets. Rioters throwing Molotov cocktails at him, looking to kill him. He opened fire to protect himself. Recall that guy? Very interesting development as the trial is about to get underway. For the two men who were shot by Kyle during those protests, the judge says they cannot be described as victims in this murder trial because that term is loaded, the judge says. Now, Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber were killed. Another guy was injured by Rittenhouse, who was 17 years old at the time. It was the demonstrations against police brutality in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Defense attorneys maintain he was acting in self-defense, obviously. The circuit judge, Bruce Schroeder, said lawyers can refer to the two men as rioters, looters, and arsonists in closing arguments. The word victim is a loaded word, says the judge. And alleged victim is a cousin to that. So he advised Rittenhouse's team against use of the pejorative terms to describe the three men shot, but also said such terms can be used in their closing arguments if evidence shows the men participated in criminal acts. He said the defense attorney could demonize them if he wants, if he thinks it'll win points with the jury. Now, if more than one of them were engaged in arson, rioting, looting, I'm not going to tell the defense you can't call them that. Rittenhouse allegedly crossed the state lines. He, again, had the AR-15. And the Post said Rittenhouse was among the group of armed men who had committed to patrolling Kenosha with all the chaos that was unfolding there. There were many who had gone into the city armed to protect lives and property. He's pleaded not guilty to all charges. He's facing homicide charges and attempted homicide for the individual that did not die. Earlier this month, the judge refused to dismiss a weapons charge. Defense attorneys had argued that their client fired in self-defense and asked that the judge dismiss the weapon possessions charge. Okay, so some of the developments there, but I thought that was rather interesting. Don't call them victims, because they were out there. If they were participating in criminal acts of their own, they were rioters, looters. And if you're throwing Molotov cocktails, I mean, you're an arsonist, are you not? All right, rolling up on 11 past the hour. Who else checking in this morning? Good morning from Southwest Wisconsin. That's the Milkman on board. Good to have you with us. Jim on board from the shores of Lake Erie, Forestville, New York, where it's a cool, clear night tonight. Mr. Q on board tonight. Let's see. Copy the mail. We know who that is. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, where it's 56 degrees. I'm loading up tomorrow for Palo Alto, California for Monday. Hope I don't hit any bad weather across I-40. Well, the Braves lost tonight, but they get to head back to Atlanta, where the Braves and all the Atlanta vendors, hotels, and apparel stores will make a whole lot more money than they would have during the All-Star game that was stolen from us by Major League Baseball and the cancel culture lefties. I say go Braves, have a great night, and everyone be careful out there. Yes, for a city that hosts World Series games, this is going to be an opportunity, yes, to cash in for sure. Millions upon millions will be pouring into Atlanta over the next several days. So I guess what, a series where you start 2 games in Houston, I guess what, the next 3 will be Atlanta, then I believe they would return back to Houston for a final 2 games if necessary. Best of 7, right? All right. Hello, Richard, checking in from Central Florida, 66 degrees, no rain. Wishing everybody a good day. Jay is checking in. All the overnight drivers, 57, clear in Nashville tonight. Safe travels to all the drivers out there, and have a great show. Hello to the garbage throwing daddy checking in. Morning, Mr. Steve. Hope you and the rest of the gang, the ragtag heathens out there, have an awesome day. And stay safe out there. Yeah, you bunch of heathens, ragtags. John checking in from Wentzville, Missouri, delivering at General Motors, 5 o'clock this morning. Got 54 degrees, some moderate showers starting here, some gusty winds tonight, though. Morning to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Nation. Let's see. Danny checking in. Morning, Steve. Love the red set. and the heater, yeah. Let's see. Ready to go to the long sleeve uniforms, are you, Pappy? Yep. You notice I've had long sleeves on all week long. It's been chilly out there. What do we have? Right about 50 degrees outside the bunker at this hour. Pretty darn cool. Hey, Pappy, it won't be long before we'll be busting out the long johns to have on under these long sleeve shirts. Yeah, I know. I'm not looking forward to that one little bit. Hello to Buster Brown, morning from K-Town, where it's a cool 43 degrees, rain showing up at 0800 hours in the morning. All right, Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas, about to head over to Jonesboro, pick up those papers. We've got 57 here this morning. Everybody be safe. Keep between the spotted and the solid. Got a couple others here. Who we got? Morning from the Toyota plant, Georgetown, Kentucky. There's Todd checking in. Y'all have a good night. God bless. Be safe. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Dean. Thank you, Dean. He said the purple looks better. You can actually see your face now. You've got a face for radio. Thanks so much. Good to have you with us, Dean. All right, there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Thursday morning. Yeah, we saw the severe weather outbreak across the central states starting over the weekend. Tornadoes, destruction, power outages. But spared lives. No injuries, amazingly. At least 13 preliminary tornado reports have been filed, which indeed means there's the possibility this October may become the record-breaking month for tornadoes here in the United States. Illinois, Kansas, Missouri, trees were down, snapped and destroyed, power lines. Parts of Missouri in the vicinity of St. Louis were hit particularly hard. Some of those twisters were caught on camera. Video footage of the aftermath showing extensive damage. Aerial footage from Purdon, Missouri, about 275 miles to the northwest of St. Louis, capturing the damage after a tornado ripped through that town. There was a young boy that was able to actually capture a video as that tornado touched down Sunday. You could hear in the video, in the audio, he's hollering, "It touched down, guys. Get in your bunkers. Get in your bunkers." Storms unleashing significant hail. Hailstones in that state reached up to 1 3/4 inches in diameter. Now, that equates to about the size of a golf ball, by the way. Monday morning, National Weather Service sent out a couple of teams to survey the damage caused in southeastern Missouri and southwest Illinois. And the office in Kansas City also sent out a survey team. The tornado that touched down near Frederickstown, Missouri, was given a preliminary rating of EF3. That's pretty big. Winds between 136 and 165 miles per hour. It was the strongest of the tornadoes reported back on Sunday. Record-breaking rainfall in Kirksville, Missouri, where they picked up more than 4.5 inches of rain. And most of that fell in like a 24-hour period. So, all right, with nearly a full week left after Sunday's storms, where we saw additional tornadoes Tuesday and Wednesday. Again, the numbers will be going up because they've got confirmed tornadoes on the ground with some of the video that was caught there in Texas this past day. Looking at 18 past the hour. We'll get back to your calls. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, where did we leave off there? Let's check out some of my email. Let me flip back over. Yeah, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. And I believe, yes, Deranger asking, hey, Steve, what do you know about this tire machine that Chris purchased? And how does it work? Can you maybe share any info or links on that? Yeah, when they first got the machine, I shared some links to my Facebook. Hell, it's probably pretty far down the page by now. I'll try to scour back down, but yeah, that would be under the heading, I believe, of LSI, Lubrication Specialties Incorporated. Chris, it's been a multi-year project, and he's kind of explained how he came up with the idea after seeing some of these massive tire pits around the world. And, of course, the devastation, one of those fire pits catch on fire, and they burn, sometimes for weeks and weeks. You can't really put them out. Said, what if we could come up with a way to recycle all these millions or billions of tires? And that's what he set out to develop. Came up with kind of the blueprint, the plans, hired a company to manufacture it. So they've got their first one that they had delivered somewhere just a few weeks ago. It's on location there in Mount Gilead. Last time we had Chris on back on the 8th of this month, he was talking about they have begun to fire the machine up and kind of working their way through getting it up and running. But it's going to take tires and use microwave technology. I guess can you kind of melt things down, and they're going to recover the various products. And it would be pretty much self-powered because when they're recovering, I guess, the gas that is produced in breaking them down, it could actually run on its own, recovering the own fuel. So it's a pretty cool thing. I'll try to look up the rest of the details on that. But thanks for asking, Deranger. Let me see. Talking earlier, right on the heels of Terry's call there from Canada. Immigrant drivers. Got an email from the Grump. Steve, I would not be surprised if American trucking industry didn't have more immigrant drivers than those of us born here today. The H-2B visa is a hot item right now, and companies are lining up for their share. One visa that's not talked about much is the B-1 visa. It's also the visa that is misused the most. It's easy to get because those applying for it has to indicate that they have either a business interest or for those that have a travel interest here in the States. There are no quotas on these, and more often they're handed out to the Mexican drivers that are working here. It's good for 6 months and issued to those who can show that they have an interest in wanting to reside here as a green card holder or permanent resident. The State Department has no available information on how many B-1 visa workers are currently working. It's been estimated that over 2 million drivers are operating within our borders, many of which operate within the trade zone on both sides of the border and travel freely between the states and other countries. The facts are that there are more active television and internet commercials recruiting drivers to drive here in the States that are shown in countries all over the globe, including China and Russia, than there are commercials to recruit American drivers right here at home. It's a sad reality that this industry has become the poster job that lures immigrants from all over the world. The greatest problem is they bring their poor driving habits to this country with them. That's pretty much exactly what Terry was saying about the accidents that occur there up in Canada. Very interesting. All right, good to have you with us there, Grump. What do you say? Heat wave headed to the Hacienda, are you?
Yes, sir. Good morning, senor. From Wellington, Utah. It's a cool 41 out here, and I understand it's about 20-something or going down to 20-something there in Edgewood later on tonight. So, yeah.
Little
it's going to
chilly.
be in the high altitude and cold weather. Yep. That fireplace is really going to feel good when I light it up. Well, I missed out on Hillbilly Texas rant. I guess I probably ought to catch it on the replay. But yeah, he sounded like he was a little perturbed, to say the least. Yeah, he's excuse me, just got done drinking a 5-hour energy drink, and my mouth is still watering. Well, I tell you what, those things are good. And they work for me. I don't know if they work for anyone else, but they do work for me. So, yeah, it's a clear night. You can see Orion laying down in the south. Yep, I hope everything goes well for us going that way. I don't suppose we're going to run into any rain in the Four Corners area, are we?
I don't believe so. No, everything looks like things have really quieted down out there in the West, at least momentarily.
Wonderful. Good, good. Well, my son's getting married on Halloween. I said, well, it's either going to be a nightmare or a day to remember, right? And he's like,
One
yes,
of the
sir.
two, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, they've been cohabitating for about 6 years now. So, I mean, they can go ahead and just consider themselves, what do they call that?
Common law.
Common law.
Yep.
Yeah, but I guess.
So what do you?
I guess they
What
want
do
to
you?
make it,
What do you
make it
wear?
official.
What kind of tux do you wear? What kind of an outfit? Are they going to dress up like in Halloween attire for this wedding, or?
I think it's going to be traditional because she was excited about her dress. She hasn't shown anybody what it's going to look like yet. But, I would hope that it would be, a traditional.
Okay.
If
So
not, maybe a Southwest where.
He's not going to dress up like Jack Skellington or something, right?
No. They got a little. My boy, he's got a little bit more common sense than that, So it'll probably be a Southwest type marriage, where he may be wearing blue jeans and a sports jacket, or with a tie. Because I know I'm gonna be one.
And I think he's in between cells. Yep. We lost you, heat wave. That's what happens when you're traveling out in the middle of nowhere. Utah, Arizona, still in this modern day of technology, you still have a hell of a time keeping cell coverage. Red Mule always talks about Arizona. Really bad there. Someone mentioned, hey, we've got a wind advisory in the Atlanta metro area tonight. Yeah, well, matter of fact, you've got wind advisories for nearly the most of the northwest corner of Georgia, almost the entire state of Alabama. Then you move all over wind advisories for the majority of Louisiana, the eastern half of Texas. Yeah, might as well say the entire state of Oklahoma, and about the eastern half of Kansas tonight. Let me zoom in there. Kansas, Oklahoma, what are they talking about? It's going to be breezy. 25 to 35 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 55 miles per hour. That's for, let's see. Yeah, I think that's the area up in central, east central, north, northwest, and southwestern Oklahoma on into northern Texas. It's the next advisory here. 25 to 30 mile per hour winds with gust up to 45 this afternoon, as high as 55 miles per hour by Thursday afternoon. That's northwest, southwest, western Oklahoma, and northern Texas. So that wind advisory, it's like 4 a.m. This morning till 7 p.m. Central Time here on Thursday. Yeah, going to be the wiggle wagons are really going to be rocking and rolling out there in much of the South. All right, let's get a quick news break in here. Back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished, and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, various cities around the country. Hell, we go back over a week ago. There was a big hack of Sinclair Broadcasting. Recall that? Here in the Cincinnati market, John Kieswetter gave an update a couple days ago. And I'm assuming this still is impacting various Sinclair Broadcasting stations all around the country. There's quite a list. Dr. Phil, Family Feud, Entertainment Tonight, Inside Edition, People's Court, Steve Wilkos, Maury, The Doctors, Jay Leno's new You Bet Your Life, Judge Mathis, Judge Jerry, and syndicated reruns of The Big Bang Theory, Modern Family, Young Sheldon, Seinfeld. They're all off the air on, Cincinnati. We've got the Channel 12. WKRC TV, then you've got Channel 12.2, then you've got Star 64. Since that cyber attack back on the 17th, Sinclair, the second largest television station operator, Bloomberg attributing the hack to one of the most infamous Russian cyber gangs called Evil Corps. Now, going back as of Tuesday morning now, they said viewers could watch Good Morning Cincinnati, the morning news, as usual, from like 4:30 to 7 a.m., and again from 9 to 10. But CBS mornings from 7 to 9. Only a half hour of Good Morning Cincinnati has aired on Channel 64 at 7 a.m. Also, Tuesday of this week, for the first time in 10 days, Good Morning Cincinnati was streaming live on their app, according to the announcer, in prime time, Monday night. My network TV's Law and Order, SVU reruns were unavailable. Sinclair is based out of suburban Baltimore. They said certain servers and workstations had been encrypted with ransomware, and that certain office and operational networks had also been disrupted. Data also taken from the company's network. Bob Herzog, one of the Good Morning Cincinnati anchors, made a Facebook post saying the attack knocked out email, phones, the software we use for putting newscasts together. The cyber attack also disabled the news ticker and other graphics that you would normally see. So there you go. So I think he's alluding to the fact that if you're looking at your channel lineup and what programs are going to be coming on next, where you can normally scroll, this is what's going to be playing here and there, that there's all kinds of what says TBD, to be determined. Like, we don't know what's going to run. Sinclair they own or program 185 stations around the country. Cincinnati, Dayton, 21 different regional sports network brands around the country. So I guess it's been a downright nightmare for some of those Sinclair television stations since that ransomware attack. I've not seen anywhere if they've divulged how much the hackers were asking to get the code or whatever to restore their computer systems. I would assume they're probably working with the FBI and federal authorities. All right, just very interesting there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Back to the calls. Is this Shorty by chance?
It sure would be, Steve.
Well, good morning, Shorty. How the heck
I
are
started
you?
driving. Doing good. I've been chasing you and your dad since 1988 when I started driving truck on
Wow.
Halloween.
How about
33
that?
years this Sunday.
So Halloween's an you
Chased you down AM.
That's a great time. Great time to start driving truck for a living. Halloween, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. I don't drive at nighttime on Halloween if I can help it.
Yep.
But I chased y'all down from AM, XM, iHeart, now YouTube.
That's great.
First time caller, long time.
Long time listener. Hey, so as a long time listener, I'm assuming by now you've tried Hot Shot Secret products. Yes, no, or
I bought it off the shelf, but being a first time caller, maybe I'll get a discount code.
that is 100% correct, Shorty. I just took your number down here. Yes, you are on the list, brother.
Wait, I met your dad in 1991, I guess it was. I used to drive for Saturn down there in Spring Hill. And y'all come down there for a trucking rodeo we had.
There used to be, what was it? You've been listening a long time. There used to be a regular guy that called in that worked down there at Spring Hill. For years, he would check in on a regular basis. Yeah, but when my dad was hosting the show. But you remember what his handle was?
No, but that's kind of how I got to start listening to you, was through them.
Okay. Yeah,
Me and Mama's been driving together for 5 years now, so doing that deal, paying everything off.
So
last year during COVID was our best time we ever had.
So after 25 years of solo driving, what convinced her to get out there and drive truck with you?
After our fifth kid graduated, she drove school bus, so she just had to flip her CDL from a B to an A.
How about that?
So we've been together 5 years on the road now.
Oh, that's...
Paid off her house, 3 cars.
There can be some good money in them team operations, if I understand correct.
Oh, yeah. And the company I'm with, every 5 years you're with them, they give you $10,000 a piece. And this just so happens to be our 5th year.
How about that? Well, congratulations. And you've learned to get along out there on the road, right? You're cooped up in the cab together 24/7, so it's got to be a difficult task, but more power to you.
Well, people think that, but we really don't see each other, 30, 45 minutes a day. Because one's sleeping, one's driving, just long enough to swap out.
Wow, okay.
But I sent you a couple of emails today about the COVID, about the remdesivir and all that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I got those.
Yeah.
Are you the one that said, hey, that the ivermectin was approved by the FDA or whatever? Was that you?
Yes. If you go to Table 2E, it shows up on NIH's website.
And I think they were specifying just for clinical trials. But yes, it is indeed on there, approved for COVID in clinical trials.
Mm-hmm. And we've been on that hydroxychloroquine and zinc for about the last year and a half, because we're going back and forth East Coast, West Coast. And I went through American Frontline Doctors and got all that.
Very interesting. Okay, so you just did like the virtual doctor visit and whatnot, and they ask you a few questions. Have you had any trouble getting prescriptions filled for that at some of the pharmacies, or no?
No, we go through, they kind of pick a mail order pharmacy, mail it to your house.
Oh, okay.
Because we only come in like every 4 to 6 weeks, so we just get the mail to the house. Because I don't know about the pharmacies around our area, how they are about, prescribing hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin, either one.
Very interesting. Yeah, my understanding is most of the big chain pharmacies won't fill them. They don't. It's almost like they've got orders from above to not fulfill those prescriptions, which is crazy.
Oh, yeah, too much politics.
Yep. Well, Shorty, it's great to hear from you after all
I
these
just
years.
thank
I
you
got
for
your
all
number here.
you do.
Yes, we'll get you a code, and you can give us a full update next time we got Chris on. Maybe you can dial him up and say hello.
I'll sure do it.
Well, have a great night. Be safe out there. There you go. All right, first-time caller. I did get a follow-up email from Terry there in Canada here a little bit ago. He said, hey, I forgot to mention during my call, I was at a Flying J last night. I was walking around checking out the Hot Shot Secret products, and I noticed they had Stiction Eliminator on sale for like a 50% off. Good deal in case anybody's looking for some out there. Okay. Don't know if is that a nationwide thing or maybe just one particular location. I'm not sure. But yeah, 50% off. Hell yeah. Stock it, grab it up, empty the shelf, right? And it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, at some point in time, somebody's got to give me a ring and explain to me what is it about having a Dodge pickup and hating your automatic transmission. I've heard that spot, so many times. Well, what is it? Yeah, last year, I think it's about a year and a half ago, my son bought, he got the Dodge, I think it's the Dodge Ram pickup. Now, he's got the Hemi, not the diesel, so it doesn't have the Cummins engine, but he loves his truck. Is there a difference in the two? I'm just curious about that, because like I said, I've heard that so many times since we started the program. Got a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission. All right, hey, I dug up the rest of the info for you here. Deranger, you were asking about the Tire Hog, as it's called. That's what they named it, the Tire Hog. Microwave Renewable Technology, a wholly owned subsidiary of Lubrication Specialties, has introduced a practical, self-sustaining solution for recycling tires. The MRT Tire Hog is 100% mobile that uses microwaves to recycle up to 1,200 tires per day. Here's how it works. With the Tire Hog, microwaves break down tires in a continuous process along a conveyor belt, ultimately allowing for rapid reclamation of high-quality, economically valuable end products, including carbon black, oil, and natural gas. Chris Gabrelchik, President and CEO of Lubrication Specialties, explains, our initial testing indicates one Tire Hog, one machine, can produce 2.8 million pounds of carbon, 1.5 million pounds of oil, and 1.3 million pounds of gas per year. Those estimates would translate to a yearly value of 1.8 million in carbon black, over $250,000 in crude oil, and over $100,000 in natural gas. Byproducts created by the Tire Hog can be used for diesel fuel, asphalt, and other applications, and can even be used, like I mentioned, to power the Tire Hog itself, so it is fully sustainable. Each model has the potential to help companies generate an estimated $2.15 million in annual revenue, dollars that originally would have sat in a landfill or been torched. This new approach addresses the many processing difficulties that are encountered with traditional pyrolysis: low efficiency, fouled heat transfer. Our microwave-based technology has an 80% energy conversion, eliminating heat transfer issues, where other solutions have produced low-quality carbon. The carbon created by the Tire Hog is low in volatile organic compounds, making it more sustainable for reuse applications. Discarded, unrecycled tires leak chemicals and heavy metals into the ground as they break down. A single tire will take 50 to 80 years to decompose. Globally, it is estimated that 1 billion tires reach the end of their useful life every year. Wow. I mean, you think on every automobile with 4 tires, every 18-wheel, I mean, on a global scale, 1 billion tires every year. So there are these incredible, literal mountains, acres and acres and acres of tires. Currently, the most popular option to recycle tires would be cutting, shredding, punching, or stamping them into chips or shreds or various rubber products. Recycling or repurposing currently accounts for only a small percentage of what happens to those end-of-life tires. Most of them are dumped or incinerated, both of which have devastating impacts on the environment. So knowing that one Tire Hog can recycle 288,000 tires yearly, this Tire Hog solution can make a real global difference. So there you go. With the right machines in use over the next few years around the world is the plan. Millions of tires will have the potential to be eliminated from landfills. Millions of dollars could be funneled into the local economies of communities that are plagued by tire waste. Worldwide, most countries control, manage, or regulate the disposal of end-of-life tires. And many, they create dumps where they're just aggregated. With all this global attention on reducing the effects of climate change, many government leaders are working to try to accelerate and intensify the actions and investments that we need for sustainable, low-carbon future. So, it would be sensible for world leaders to consider alternatives to current disposal methods like the Tire Hog. as they work toward creating a more sustainable future. So, yep, the Tire Hog can have a game-changing impact on this industry and, more importantly, our global carbon footprint. I kind of alluded to Chris, if this, as I think it will, catches on, if it really works like it's expected to, like they're testing it now, if you could produce enough of these machines, which aren't cheap to produce, but you'd get a return on investment in fairly short order, and on a global scale, I mean, would he not be in the running for like a Nobel Prize for environment? Saving the environment on a global scale. That could happen one of these days. I'm just saying. Hey, let's get over to the inbred redneck. What's been happening?
Oh, nothing much, buddy. Buddy, that sounds pretty interesting. Chris could get me one of them things for a pretty good price, buddy. I'd like to set one up on the farm. You know me. I'm always about the money, brother.
Right?
Yeah, can't beat that. Oh, with a stick. Now, I tell you what, pretty smart cat. I tell you what, buddy. I was out there in Farmington, Missouri, Sunday night, delivering out there, and daggone the tornado sirens was going off there in that little town there. This is pretty much south of St. Louis,
Yeah.
And yeah, I've got myself into a pickle here. Stupid truck drivers parking backwards in parking spots, Steve.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I get ready to start my day. Yeah, I got there. I delivered to a Lowe's store and rung their doorbell, and they said, "Get in here." I'm like, "What's going on?" I hear the tornado siren. He's like, yeah, we take it serious out here. And daggone, there was a tornado touchdown about 2 miles away from her, and all night long, buddy, let me tell you, they was out there. The local fire department and police and all that, they were out there running up and down the road all night long. I don't know exactly what happened out there. Yeah, they were sure keeping the roads hot. Now, I tell you what.
Well, it sounds like there was quite a bit of damage when all was said and done, right? That was that the one? I'm trying to remember. Was that the one they determined was an EF3?
Buddy, I have no idea. I delivered there, and then I pulled out in their parking lot and went to sleep. And but about every hour or so, there was the cops and the fire department ambulances running up and down through there.
Wow, yeah, so that's that. I think that's the one, yeah. Well, amazing there were no injuries or deaths, but I guess a lot of damage.
Well, Steve, I mean, buddy, you're not looking at the big picture now. What if something had happened and we lost, dear me, the inbred redneck? The world would not have me. I'll tell you what now. It'd been awful. Yeah, I sent you an email a while back. I was trying to clue you in on some investments, buddy, there. Buddy, I hate to say it, but I've been back at the crypto game again.
Oh, boy. Well, you got to
just wondering.
You got some new names for us or what? There's some of these that are like to thousands of a penny in price right now. Is that kind of the thing you're looking at?
Oh, yeah. That's what I've been up to. I put in about $2,500 into this Shiba Inu.
That's crazy. I just got an email from Spaceman, and he's I'm just reading it. Tell inbred redneck Shiba Inu went up 700% this month. A friend of mine made $7,000 on a $1,000 investment.
Yeah, I got in about 90 days ago, put in $2,500, and I think I'm up 10,000 the last I looked, but it looked like it was going down a little bit. But I got a big important question to you, buddy.
Okay.
You know, I've been looking for a wife, and I know you're a man that knows things, and you're hooked up with the tax doctor and all that. But the way I'm thinking about it here, you know, Joe's going to be in my pocket pretty bad. Steve, is there any way that I could write off for 2 wives on my taxes next year? Thinking about becoming Mormon, buddy, or something of the sort, where I can pick me up a couple of wives.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see if you go out there to Utah, you could probably do that.
Yeah. Don't they have magic underwear out there or something? I thought I've always heard something about that. I don't know what the deal is with that. Hell, man, might as well try. But I do have a little secret, buddy, and I sent this to you. Now, this is going to explode. And I've been buying into it. It's going to be a great one, buddy. Safe Moon. It's getting ready to be listed on Binance here very shortly. And it's about in the price range of the Shiba Inu.
And what was it called? Did you say Space Moon?
No, Safe Moon.
Safe Moon.
S-A-F-E.
Safe Moon.
S-A-F-E. Yeah, buddy. That's going to be the next big one. I think I sent you a picture of it, or I may have put it on my YouTube channel there. I've got 250 million of those, buddy.
Really?
And if that hits, I don't think I'll be back. And I want that tire machine from Chris, so we can nail down $2.1 million profit per year on the farm.
And you'll
buddy, I'll tell you what,
you'll be retiring in hog heaven, right? Safe Moon, M-O-O-N. That spells money. Some of you will get that, some of you won't. But. All right, it's 844-844-3380. Hold that thought. I got to get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished, and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a 4th COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
It's a MyPillow for the rest of your body. The MyPillow mattress topper. You will sleep well. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Don't forget, using my promo code USA will save you a bunch of money on anything on the MyPillow website. Christmas is coming. Get ready. MyPillow.com, promo code USA, 1-800-951-8175.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
As the investigation continues into the shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie in Santa Fe, New Mexico that killed the film's cinematographer, authorities say criminal charges haven't been ruled out. The Santa Fe County Sheriff and District Attorney both agree that accusations of safety on the movie set prior to the shooting could be a factor into a decision over whether to file the charges. District Attorney Mary Carmack Altweiss was asked if negligence was involved.
We can't say that it was negligence by whom, how many people were involved. We can't say that with any certainty at this point. So when we get to that point, yes, I will speak to that.
Negotiations continue among Democrats as they try to come together on what should be part of President Biden's spending plan. There's still a question on whether a tax on billionaires should be included. Democrats had been hoping to have a framework in place before President Biden heads to Europe on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Once again, the Attorney General is on Capitol Hill answering questions. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Attorney General Merrick Garland testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday on oversight of the Department of Justice. Garland has suggested that parent protests at schools could potentially be threats to school officials, calling the FBI and DOJ to investigate these incidents. North Carolina Republican Senator and Senate Judiciary Committee member Tom Tillis reacts to the testimony and believes some of his questions weren't answered.
The point that I tried to make is the chilling effect this is going to have on other parents who should feel comfortable going to school board meetings and rejecting some of these policies like we've seen in Loudoun County and across the country. There's no question in my mind that people are going to think twice when they think they have the watchful eye of the FBI overlooking everything that they say.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Police temporarily evacuated 3 buildings on Capitol Hill after the Department of Health and Human Services received a bomb threat. The nearby O'Neill House office building and the U.S. Botanical Gardens were also evacuated. Authorities also closed several roads in and around the area of the Capitol. After a thorough sweep, nothing was found and the evacuation was lifted. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, my turn again. Here we are back at it on a Thursday morning. And our number, 844-3388. Okay, all right, let me get back here. Back to the inbred redneck. Thanks for hanging in there. Had to take care of our news update there.
Well, I understand completely, buddy. Not a problem. But yeah, I'll tell you what, it's been crazy this year, Steve. I mean, if a man is broke this year, they got to be retarded. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Well, I haven't made any investments. I haven't delved in.
Well, buddy, I'm telling you, that's the ticket right there. The safe moon, that's the way to go, buddy. I've got you lined out. I gave you first exclusives on it before I even put anything on YouTube or anything.
Okay, well, we just announced it to the rest of the world. Yeah, exactly, right? Everybody get on board, huh?
Yeah, get on board. If you hop in, guess what? Inbred redneck will have to pick up a third wife. And won't the divorces be fun, Steve? I mean, it'll be great, buddy. Just think of all the drama for the show. I can get Chris's tire machine there on the farm. Buddy, I'll tell you what, there's craziness on the farm anyway. You know, it's deer hunting season. And, I think I've told you this before. There where I live in Kentucky now, part of my property's in Virginia, buddy. And I got about 10 acres in Virginia. And, Virginia, they legalized marijuana over there, buddy. And I found out something by accident. Well, Virginia law now, since I pay them taxes, it's legal for me to grow marijuana. So I grew me 4 marijuana plants, Steve, like the law said. Well, got all that wrapped up. And, when you do stuff like that, you always got a bunch of waste. So I just threw it down there. It's pretty much a wooded area. Just threw it down there. A daggone nephew of mine went out there and he said, I'm going to put me a tree stand up here so I can go hunting. I said, that's fine. Go ahead. Why, he shot the awfulest daggone deer there ever was there. I said, well, what went on? He said, that pile of stuff you had laying there, them deers was going crazy over it. Oh, yeah, buddy. Used to people just put out like corn and apples and stuff like that to get the. Yeah, but who knew the deers were potheads, buddy? I mean, it's
Okay.
a crazy world.
I learned something this morning. That's all I get. It's salt licks and corn. That's always been the attractor that I was aware of.
Yeah. But I just hope he ain't scared them all off there, because I'm gonna go home here. I'm gonna be climbing up in his tree stand. He's a pretty good sized boy. He's about 6'8", about 330 pounds. So, my little 6'3" bud will do fine in that big old tree stand he put up there. Won't be able to put no Hogzilla up in there with
No.
I don't think she can make it up a ladder.
You'd be breaking it down. Yeah, you'd be.
Yeah, I think we need a daggone forklift to even attempt something like that, Industrial size, of course.
Yes.
But I tell you what, I'm heading down 57, gonna get on 24. I've been stirring it up on the CB radio again, buddy. I hate to do it, but I reckon now, once I get down here in 24, down here in Oak Grove, Kentucky this morning, going to meet up with a bunch of boys and gals there. We're going to do a dirty sock convoy through Nashville this morning. So if you see me on the news, you know what happened, buddy. We're fighting vaccine mandates. We got to do what we got to do here, buddy. And seems totally ridiculous that a person had to do this, Got people, police and fire department, and somehow along the way, you know what, Steve? When all this stuff first launched off, now think about the frontline workers.
Yep.
Well, if you ask me, buddy, there was no other group in the front line more than truck drivers. I mean, think about it. They're telling us, hey, get on out there. Oh, you don't need a mask. Now you need a mask. Now you need this. Now you need that. And then all of a sudden, you don't hear anything about the truck drivers. And when it all kicked off, I was up there in Chicago, and we were delivering up into this little food warehouse up there. Well, it wasn't little. It was a pretty good-sized place. And all the truck drivers in there talking about it. They had us line plumb out the door, keep your distance.
Yep.
These people out there scared to death and everything else. I was talking to this feller. I don't know exactly where he's from, but let's just say he was probably Eastern European. And he said, yeah, they're all going to find out there's a bunch of bull malarkey. They used to pull this stuff in our country all the time. So I'm just wondering, Steve, if there was some sort of stuff maybe over there in Russia or, Poland was communist there for a while. If there's any way we can dig through the history books and maybe confirm this guy's theory, and maybe some of the Volvo Mafia, as I call them, because they all drive Volvos. I mean, they really pretty decent people. I mean, they ain't the best drivers, but maybe some of them Ruskies could tell us about it, Steve.
There you go. Yeah.
Polish guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Buddy, as soon as Chris gets that machine figured out now, then I need that on the farm.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we can get truck tires and everything else. Hell, buddy, I got heavy equipment tires over there right now need melting down and everything else there. Yeah. And tell them to name me a price. We'll get it hooked up, get them a Nobel Peace Prize, and maybe you can deliver it down there and bring you with them, Steve, and hang on, we'll have us a deer meat feast, buddy. Tenderloin supper. Buddy, I'm just wondering this. Why you got the reef on the Eiffel Tower there, buddy?
Oh,
I'm a little bit confused.
I did that back on the 4th of July. It's my red, white, and blue wreath. I've never taken it down. So now I've got my Halloween decoration and my 4th of July decoration.
Now, Steve, you better be careful. You know what the final straw was with me and Hogzilla, buddy?
What's that?
I woke up one morning in February, and daggone the Christmas tree was still up. I said, no more. I can't handle this fat woman anymore. She's gone. Christmas trees in February. 4th of July decorations in October. Steve, I see it as, oh, Lord. Princess is going to be mad, buddy.
Uh-oh.
You got to think about this. But, buddy, have you been keeping them all in line? I do have an answer on them Dodge truck transmissions. So,
okay.
I'm going to tell you about them.
Yeah, keeping everybody in line. What is it with the Dodge transmissions? Everybody hates them.
Now, a buddy of mine's got one. He's had it about 5 years. And from what me and him can figure out now is that, live in a mountainous area. We go out, out fishing and stuff like that. And, there's one lake we go to over in Virginia. It's way up on top of this mountain. It's a little old tiny lake. But we got to take us a boat up there, and they don't even allow gasoline motors on the boat. That's how small the lake is. But we was towing the boat up there. He said, I hate the brakes coming off this mountain, I said, well, I put it in a lower gear, It's automatic transmission. So he popped it down there in a low, this place is out in the middle of nowhere, a bunch of switchback curves coming down this mountain and stuff, buddy. And daggone, that thing was running just like it was in drive. And from what me and him have figured out, that the transmissions in them Dodge trucks ain't really transmissions, buddy. They're no more better than a daggone moped transmission. Matter of fact, they're a CVT. And that's what they put in mopeds, buddy. That's a scary thought.
I guess that would explain it then.
Yeah, buddy. Now, that's the only thing we could figure. Now, we hadn't took it apart because it's only about a 5-year-old truck. So if it ain't broke, there ain't no reason to take it apart. But, yeah, just remember that. If you're going to buy a Dodge truck, you're pretty much getting a moped transmission in it. And
that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good, you know. And, buddy, I got an old 79 Ford there. And it's got a real transmission in it. I replaced it once. It's got gears and everything in there. But, yeah, his is like a 2015 Dodge Ram, quad cab, and some other junk. They got all kinds of Dodge Ram variants. But, yeah, but now another friend of mine, he's got one of those Dodge, it's not the Charger, the other one, Challenger. Yeah, that's what it is. And from what I can tell, those actually have real transmissions in them. So, got one of them Dodge Challengers, you don't have to worry about it. But the Rams, I'd worry about it. I don't think he would have bought that pickup truck if he knew that was in there. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right, yeah. Well, that would explain why if you've got a Dodge pickup and you hate your automatic transmission, of course you do. Thanks for the explanation. Hey, Redneck, I got to roll. We got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. Come back, more of your calls on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here. Let me jump back to the calls, see what's going on. Chevy Guy this morning. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Oh, not much. Not much. Hey, the Garland, I got to watch some of that today, and it was amazing. I mean, Tim Jordan, earlier week, whatever it. I mean, this guy's being held to the fire, and he's just looking foolish. The guy that was questioning, I guess today or sometime real recent anyway, but and questioned him, about the memo that he put out, and apparently it was all because of newspaper reports and all this. There's no evidence of it. So he's just going, he asked Garland this, which is an interesting question. He said, well, what about the harassment of government officials that are conservative, and including the Democrats, that aren't towing the line, people following around and harassing them. One even following in with a camera into the ladies' restroom. He said, have you started an investigation? I mean, all this happened before that letter come in from the school board, whatever. And he just sat there and he goes, well, I can't comment on any in other words, he just looked like an idiot. His hypocrisy was just laying out everywhere. They obviously, the school board has already withdrawn the complaint, and you've got school boards dropping out left and right. But you know what? Go out there, use your weapon, fight. It's called the vote, and it's still working. I mean, that's your weapon right now. That's the people that unlike me, my vote for Lindsey Graham doesn't seem that, it's been a dull blade ever since he got reelected. Tim Scott, he's finally talking about issues because I guess he needs money for reelection, and he's on Facebook trying to make big deal for him. But during all this fight, he was nowhere to be seen when they were attacking Donald J. Trump. And I let him know it too. He was always out there standing around with Democrats bragging out, these were my heroes growing up, Well, maybe he should have been a Democrat. But yeah, our vote's working, and you got to keep the vote. Terry McAuliffe is freaking out in Virginia, and because of these the people that going out to the school boards and challenging him. And I guess Terry McAuliffe said that they don't want parents telling the school boards how to run, to have say over their children. It sort of shot him in the foot. The Democrats are freaking out, and if they're the only way they're going to keep him in office over there is to do exactly what they did to Donald Trump. They're going to have to cheat on this election too, and it's going to highlight what's coming down the pike for us later. But yeah, our weapons is still the vote. And I just wanted to say this. God bless Hillbilly Tex. Listen, he got handed a short stick. He's younger than me. He's got a bad lung, and he's got poor eyesight. And Moose has been a blessing and a friend to him. I would not expect him to be anything but a faithful friend to Moose. So anybody feel like they need to defend, don't worry about it. Yeah, they're good. My phone's right here. I ain't blocked nobody. So my phone's right here. They need to say anything. They say it to me. But I've jumped on 3 people, I guess, in this program, especially when it started. And that was Spaceman when he attacked the host, lying about you saying you're telling people not to get the shot, and insulting the listeners. We're all overweight, fat, and smokers. And, well, I don't smoke. I guess I fill in the rest of that, but I don't smoke, but I'm fairly healthy. And I went off on Spaceman. I said, sound like he's getting an injection from Joe Biden himself at 6, because he attacked the listeners. And at the same time, I guess I defended myself when Trump, I was talking about the issues they need to issue these people as they come across the line, and give them Social Security numbers, because all of a sudden our Social Security numbers are becoming more and more valuable to these people. And one day when you go to retire, you find out somebody's already been receiving your retirement money Mexico into Mexico. And just because you get the Social Security number doesn't make you a citizen. And by the way, it is a tracking device because when you turn 55, they'll tell you how much money you made, like I did in 1972, 73, one of those 2 years. They tracked me every dime I've made. So if you want to track who's coming in here, because it's unrealistic, you know, they're not going to put people on trains and ship them out on trains. It's just not going to happen. And this issue here, I'm sorry, buddy. I think Tex gave me the biggest compliment I've ever had. I mean, if you ever seen the size of Big Moose, me throwing Moose under the bus, I'd have to be a man's man. So that's just absurd. But if you're going to come on and insult people that's coming on here, and they're talking about issues that they care about, and talk about their faith and how they're guiding what their decisions using their faith. But if you're going to throw people under the bus, don't be surprised somebody comes along and throws you under the bus. So but you know what? He's a big man. He'll take care of himself. And I have been blessed.
And that's going to be for you and Moose to work out between each other, right? Like I said, 99% of the audience has no idea what's even being talked about. So, hey, I got to get to my news break there. All right, 2:33 a.m., a little bit behind. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Top Democrats are saying a deal is close on President Biden's infrastructure bill and social spending plan, but there are still differences on how to pay for it. An agreement on the plan is still in the works, but there's a push to get it done before Biden leaves for Europe on Thursday. On Capitol Hill, demands from two key moderates, West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona's Kristen Sinema, are slowing Democrats from reaching a deal. Tornado cleanup is underway in parts of Texas and Louisiana. Also in New England, people are cleaning up after a nor'easter tore through the area. More than 500,000 customers lost power across Massachusetts, Connecticut, and in Rhode Island. As the storm blasted the region, fire erupted from an exploding transformer. The nor'easter eventually intensified into a bomb cyclone. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, under the industry headlines, had a real mess out west this past day. About 7:45 Wednesday morning, overturned semi. Now, how he was able to accomplish it, I don't know, but he was able to fit it in there just perfectly on I-90 in a stretch where there's actually 4 lanes of traffic. And both sides of even the emergency lanes were blocked to the point where vehicles couldn't get through. Fit in there just perfect to completely shut it down. All right, according to KIRO News 7, no injuries in the wreck, but the interstate totally blocked for several hours, and including exits to both north and southbound Interstate 5. So, what a mess. Big time backups there. Arizona transportation officials sharing a trucker's dash cam video to remind motorists illegal U-turns are illegal for a reason. This was Tuesday. Arizona Department of Public Safety sharing the dash cam video of a very close call caused by a pickup driver ignoring the posted signs forbidding U-turns. In the video, you got the pickup traveling in front of a semi. Now, they're in the high-speed lane, obviously. The semi was in the process of passing another semi that was in the slower lane, but the pickup rapidly slows, slamming on the brakes with no warning to make a left turn to the crossover there in the median, forcing the truck driver to slam on his brakes, just barely missing a rear-end collision there. Yeah, as I said, fortunately, the truck driver was able to avoid hitting the pickup in spite of the illegal U-turn. Arizona Department of Public Safety said, you ever wonder why no U-turn signs are posted at median crossovers on controlled access highways like I-10? Well, this dash cam from the semi-driver shows us just how dangerous it is to slow down abruptly from highway speed to turn in the median. But it happens way too often, right? There you go. Let's get back to the calls here. Would that be, is it the Buckeye Colonel?
That's Buckeye, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Buckeye, what's happening? Doing all right.
Hey, if you hear something in the background, it's just Buckeye. I went to the store tonight and I got her some more food and got her a great big bone. And I tell you what, she's just been a gnaw on that thing for the last 2 hours. she loves it. I think I told you last time I talked to you, she's a bull mass. She's 7 months. She'll be 8 months next month. And I tell you what, when I go home for Thanksgiving, I'm going to get her all taken care of. That way she can't have any pups or anything like that. But, my vet told me she was the run of the bunch. So now I think she'll get between 80 and 100 pounds. But I tell you what, Steve, I don't think that's going to happen. I think she's going to get about 120 pounds. I might have to take my passenger seat out of my truck.
Wow.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was funny. I went in to, ever since she's been a pup, I got her at 6 weeks old, and she wasn't like my pit bull. Well, hold on. My pit bull, you tell her, you can hear her in the background.
Right. Yeah, she's talking to us.
You could tell her something once, and that was it. I told you she was out here 11 years, and she had 1 million miles on her. Was in all 48 states and passed away on me in March. But this one here, man, you tell her about 4 times, and she wants to go do it the 5th time. But the older she gets, a lot better she's getting. But I walked in there. I do TFC a lot. That's where I get my dog food and stuff at. I just had a regular collar on her, and she liked to pull, so I put a choker on it on her, and that's what I had on my pit bull. Never had a problem with it at all, but she liked to pull with that choker on, and I think it was hurting her neck a little bit, so I was going to get her a harness. This lady was the manager of it, and she said, if that dog pulls, you don't want to get a harness. And I said, really? Said, yeah. Said, you want to get one of these gentle leaders. Have you ever heard of a gentle leader, Steve?
I can't say that I have. No, not familiar.
What it is, it's kind of like training a horse. And I guess I'm going to have a pony anyway. But it goes over their nose, and it makes a V, and it's a collar that goes around her neck, and then it goes up over her nose, but she still can wear it, and she can play, drink, and eat, and all that. And she says, this is what you want. I said, really? She said, yeah. She says, I raise Rottweilers, and my 2-year-old daughter can walk my Rottweiler with this gentle leader.
Wow.
I said, well, okay, I'll go ahead and try it. I said, what size you think she takes? She says, well, I haven't seen your dog. I said, well, she's out in the truck. You want me to go get her? Yeah. So I took her, brought her in there, and she got her all fixed up and stuff, put it on there. And I said, well, hey, I'll be right back in to pay for this. I'm going to take Buckeye out to the truck. Oh, she says, that's no problem, but you won't have to do that. I said, why is that? Because you got this gentle leader on her. And I said, I got a cart. I got a 28-pound bag of dog food and some bones for her, and I'm going to be able to go through the cashier with her? Sure. And turn around, I'll be doggone. We was the third one in line. Buckeye was just as calm could be. And we paid for the stuff, and we went out there and got in the truck, and I've had her on it ever since. And she gets better and better every day on it. And she'll walk right with you. And, that thing's only like $19.99.
Yeah, I need to check into one of those for Turbo, because you put him on a leash, and he wants to walk me. He hasn't learned that, hold back, dog. Hey, we got to get a quick 2-minute time out there. Fly Rod, you're next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, here about an hour from now, we'll probably be getting our regular morning email from Truckin' Phil. He'll be making his run from Sterling Heights, or Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. His regular run for General Motors. And I guess we got some good news. For the first time in 8 months, the global shortage of computer chips will not force General Motors to close any North American factories. They announced starting November 1, all plants that had been closed on and off since all the way back in February because of the chip shortages will be cranking out vehicles. They and the rest of the global auto industry sporadically have been shutting down plants, of course, since last year with this whole semiconductor shortage. Now, they did say, to be sure, production still isn't back to normal because some of the factories will run only one shift per day. But GM's move's a good sign, they're saying. It does not signal the end of the chip shortage. It's just not a sign that the patient is through all the rough spots, and it's a matter of weeks before they're released from the hospital. But this is more of a sign that the company's getting closer, getting better at dealing with shortages, getting rid of some optional features, diverting those chips to other uses. The chip shortage has been easing a bit, they tell us, but there are still log jams with Asia, back-end companies, that cut large silicon wafers into individual chips, then test and package them for distribution. Back-end companies in Malaysia and elsewhere in Asia have still been having trouble keeping their factories open, employees getting sick with COVID. And that has eased a bit in some places. I said I would not write COVID off until it is completely off the stage. But right now, he explains it, right now it takes about 52 weeks after an order is placed for an automaker to get the finished chips. And the lead times are continuing to grow. That means there's still a lot of uncertainty. In times prior to COVID, automakers had a wait of maybe 16 weeks to get from order to get the chips. So right now, they're having to order literally a year out, 52 weeks. Well, what's happening, Fly Rod? How we been?
Well, greetings and salutations, my friend. This is the live phone call. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Made it through Hump Day, and here's a Thursday.
That's right. Another Thursday is coming and going. Well, Steve, we needed some good news with that little short story you read about GE. The supply chain just continues to crumble, courtesy of Emperor Biden. How exciting is that?
Mm-hmm.
I do have some good news for our good friend Inbred Redneck, because I've done some investigating, I've done some calculations, and this is what the advice I have for him. If I was him, I would do my quarterly taxes, and I would put on the tax form that his name is Habib Haim, and he will probably get a tax break, and he will probably get a nice hefty tax stipend from Emperor Biden for being here illegally.
Huh. Okay.
And he won't have to worry about paying taxes on all that money he's making off of the internet. Steve, I had a horrible news I just heard a little bit ago at the beginning of the show from none other than Jelly Bean Giant calling in, threatening you the way he did about him and the sex maniac come strolling down your street come Saturday dressed up like Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber, trying to panhandle $20 bills for everyone in your neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
Steve, you really should be getting out with a barricade and bringing in Pappy down there and drawing the guns to keep them two circus clowns away.
I'm thinking
threat.
Good luck in getting $20 out of this tightwad.
I know you're right. Regarding this Alex Baldwin thing, I've not heard anyone ask this question. If they have, I've totally missed it. But why was he even pointing a gun at a cinematographer to begin with?
Supposedly
I scratched my head and
he was pointing the gun supposedly at the camera, they said. Now, if that was a part of the shoot, that it was, again, supposed to be a blank when he pulled the trigger, but that was my understanding.
Okay, well, I couldn't make heads or tails of that, why he'd be pointing a gun at a cinematographer to begin with, let alone the director being behind her. It didn't make any sense to me. Well, I appreciate you enlightening me about that. Hey, Steve, on a serious note, I wanted to call in specifically. I was going to call in last night, but I got stuck in 3-hour traffic cycle fatality over here in Georgia, and I could not move forward or backward for over 3 hours, and didn't have a good signal, so I couldn't call in. But anyway, some folks have been asking me about my cancer, what's been happening with that, and I'm happy to report that the doctor has given me a thumbs up that we're cancer-free. I didn't, in fact, have cancer. They
the VA had, and their genius, had misdiagnosed me as having bladder cancer because I kept having these UTI, urinary tract infections. They kept saying I had, it looked like the scan had shown I had a mass in my bladder. And so my doctor had run a bunch of series of tests, and each one had come up inconclusive. And he had told me the only way we can really find out is to get in there and have a look. And so finally Monday, he went in and had a look, and he said, "Nope, you're good, no cancer." So
wow.
But seriously, on a very serious note, I very humbly, and I'm a practical joker. I joke around and kid around a lot, but with the utmost humility, I want to thank each and every one of you who have been praying for me. So many of you I've never met. We crack jokes on Facebook and on the phone and text messages, and I'm just truly humbled by your care and your prayers, and I really covet them, and it just means so much to me. It really does. And with that, I will say goodbye, and thank you so much for taking my call.
All right.
And by the way, Steve, before I forget, Steve, you've got a grade coming up in 2 more days.
Oh, boy.
And I believe our good friend Lugnut Louie will be calling in to give you the report.
Oh, good golly. Thanks for the forewarning. You have to look forward to that. Lugnut Louie. See how many names he can get wrong this time around. But that is good news. I imagine, Fly Rod, you've been living on edge. When you get the potential prognosis, the dreaded C word. Yeah, you can't help but when you put your head on the pillow, your mind's got to be going 1,000 miles per hour. Is this going to be the end of the line? Is this going to get me? Do I really have cancer? And I can't imagine having to live with that uncertainty for days and days or weeks, weeks on end, no less. So it's got to be quite the relief to get that word. All right, let me see here. We've got about a minute before news update. To answer your question, this was a couple of days ago when these details emerged. They said Alec Baldwin was practicing a stunt when he shot the weapon. He was pointing toward the camera was the idea. According to the documents, he was sitting in a church pew on the set of the film, rehearsing a scene that involved drawing a revolver and pointing it at the camera. The girl that was shot, the camera girl, and the director were viewing the camera angle, according to the director, and he was actually standing behind the cinematographer. He heard what was a loud pop. It was then that he said what sounded like a whip and then a loud pop. The gun went off. And he recalled Hutchins grabbing her midsection, then stumbling before he being helped to the ground. I told detectives she said she couldn't feel her legs. And of course, yes, she was taken by air care to the hospital where she later died. So there's, pointing at the camera. And in case you had missed it, that was the only camera they had filming on that particular day. I think they had issues with people walking off the set and concerns about things, not being running by protocol and whatnot. So that was the only camera that was on the scene operating that particular day. We return as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
It's a MyPillow for the rest of your body. The MyPillow mattress topper. You will sleep well. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Don't forget, using my promo code USA will save you a bunch of money on anything on the MyPillow website. Christmas is coming. Get ready. MyPillow.com, promo code USA, 1-800-951-8175.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
As the investigation continues into the shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie in Santa Fe, New Mexico that killed the film's cinematographer, authorities say criminal charges haven't been ruled out. The Santa Fe County Sheriff and District Attorney both agree that accusations of safety on the movie set prior to the shooting could be a factor into a decision over whether to file the charges. District Attorney Mary Carmack Altweiss was asked if negligence was involved.
We can't say that it was negligence by whom, how many people were involved. We can't say that with any certainty at this point. So when we get to that point, yes, I will speak to that.
Negotiations continue among Democrats as they try to come together on what should be part of President Biden's spending plan. There's still a question on whether a tax on billionaires should be included. Democrats had been hoping to have a framework in place before President Biden heads to Europe on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Once again, the Attorney General is on Capitol Hill answering questions. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Attorney General Merrick Garland testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday on oversight of the Department of Justice. Garland has suggested that parent protests at schools could potentially be threats to school officials, calling the FBI and DOJ to investigate these incidents. North Carolina Republican Senator and Senate Judiciary Committee member Tom Tillis reacts to the testimony and believes some of his questions weren't answered.
The point that I tried to make is the chilling effect this is going to have on other parents who should feel comfortable going to school board meetings and rejecting some of these policies like we've seen in Loudoun County and across the country. There's no question in my mind that people are going to think twice when they think they have the watchful eye of the FBI overlooking everything that they say.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Police temporarily evacuated 3 buildings on Capitol Hill after the Department of Health and Human Services received a bomb threat. The nearby O'Neill House office building and the U.S. Botanical Gardens were also evacuated. Authorities also closed several roads in and around the area of the Capitol. After a thorough sweep, nothing was found and the evacuation was lifted. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the other industry headlines, before we get back to your calls momentarily, a lawsuit recently filed in a Pennsylvania court saying that a truck driver's use of noise-canceling headphones contributed to a deadly crash on the PA Turnpike. This is going back to January of last year. Filed on behalf of 18 crash victims or next of kin in the Philadelphia Common Pleas Court. And it names FedEx Ground Package System and New Jersey-based Z&D Tours as defendants in the case. Filed in response to a major pileup that occurred, it was January 5 of last year on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, about 30 miles east of Pittsburgh. 58-year-old Z&D's Tours bus driver allegedly lost control on a downhill curve, striking a concrete median, then shooting up an embankment. Tour bus then rolled onto the passenger side, coming to a stop in active lanes of traffic on the turnpike. A FedEx truck struck the bus, then a second semi struck both the bus and the FedEx truck. A car and a third semi-truck both swerved off the roadway to avoid the wrecked vehicles. All said and done, 5 perished in the crash, including the bus driver who was ejected, both occupants of the second semi-truck, and 2 bus passengers. 60 other people injured in that crash. Now, the lawsuit alleges that the FedEx truck driver, Brandon Stowers, did not hear an in-cab warning about an object in the road prior to the crash due to the noise-canceling headphones. Attorney who filed the lawsuit shows the dash cam video showing him wearing the headphones prior to the crash. He also notes that the use of noise-canceling headphones while driving is illegal in Pennsylvania. FedEx denies the allegations laid out in the suit. They say they're without merit. They intend to defend their position should the matter proceed. That's the whole key thing with, well, we're all familiar with the Pluto Duo headset. When you're out there actually behind the wheel, I've mentioned, I know there are, I guess, varying laws from one state to the next. In some states, you are not allowed to have any sort of headphones covering both ears. With the Duo, you can unplug one side. In other words, you can hear what you're listening to in one ear, and you could still hear in-cab warnings or sirens or anything else on the other ear. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. I'll tell you what, we'll get another quick time out here and take care of some business. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday. Hey, weekend's just around the corner. Are you hanging in there, Eagle? What do you think the odds are? Wake up, wake up. All right, hey, if you wake up, dial us back up there. What's going on, Philip? Happy Thursday.
Hey, Steve. Hey, you too, bud. How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. All righty. Hey, sorry about yesterday, bud. I couldn't get in there, and time I tried calling in, I couldn't get in late. So, but I did hear the podcast, and I heard your comments about the satellite that China's launching that's going to grab things. You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first off, I heard you were talking about Biden's talking about getting rid of the Space Force. Steve, if you ever noticed our space program has been open for many years. And when we built the space station as joint ventures with other countries, we left our space program alone and left it open, which means other countries could come in with us as long as it was for development of space. Well, it turned into the situation it has now with the Space Force. President Trump realized this when you've got China building a space station that has nobody else in the deal, and it's just them.
Yep.
And China has been that way. China's been that way with their space program. They have not been open with their space program. Russia was that way too back in the day with Mir. And then eventually they let us come in and check out Mir and what was going on with the Mir space station. So there's a reason why President Trump established the Space Force, and we need to keep that in place. Steve, do you remember something called Star Wars?
Absolutely, yes. That was back in the Reagan era, yeah, which supposedly that was kind of a fictitious thing, if I understand it. But he was just trying to make the rest of the world believe we were really doing a Star Wars thing.
Absolutely, but it could come to fruition.
Yep.
The technology was nowhere near what President Reagan said it was. And and that was basically a lot of his people telling him a bunch of stuff to say, in my opinion. But nonetheless, the Star Wars program could happen today. It could happen today with technology that's got now. Back in those days, they did not have the availability of equipment that we have today in what we've developed. But China, y'all need to watch out for them folks, because I tell you what, you seen what they did with a booster that launched part of their space station up that could have hurt anybody in this world, and these hypersonic missiles that these countries are launching, like Russia and China and a lot of them, I'm just using them as examples, even we've got them as well. It's some serious business when you got a missile that'll go 7,400 miles in probably about an hour. So, I mean, come on. But it's serious business. That's why President Trump established that Space Force, and we need to keep that Space Force. But did you notice, Steve, with Biden, and I've noticed this, and I've made this comment on here before that I'm neutral. I'm like Switzerland. I don't take either side. But one thing that I've noticed with President Biden's administration is, have you been seeing that big blue plane flying around a lot with him? Have you been seeing that, Steve? Especially the first 4 months of his administration. Did you see that big plane go flying around much to different areas and seeing people? No, you didn't.
Not much.
Not much, have you? Now, here lately, within the last 6 months, that big blue plane's been being used a lot. And you know how much it costs to operate that big old blue plane? They reminded us every time President Trump went down here to Palm Beach, right? Every time he flew in, and they said, oh, by the way, it costs this amount of money to secure the area for him so when he comes home to Mar-a-Lago. They awfully reminded everybody of that. And I'm not taking Trump's side, but it's like, dude, there's a reason why he wants to cut the Space Force, because in space, it takes a lot of money, and I mean a lot of money to fly. I mean, look at what Elon Musk has put into Texas. Look at what Elon Musk has put into the space program that he has. Look at what Bezos is putting into his program, and he's putting a lot of money in his program. So there's a reason why that Biden wants to do that. He wants to cut money so he can put it somewhere else. And, you know, it is what it is. I just don't pick on the space program. I do think that we needed to go to subcontractors and get away from the status norm that's been milking the government for many years. Absolutely. I mean, the SLS program is proof of that right now. The amount of money that's spent over there and nothing coming to fruition about it. And these guys are spreading it out over many, many years. They need to bring the subs in like Elon and contract it out us. Steve, you know what? I wonder how the Russians feel about SpaceX. Think about the money that we paid the Russians when the space shuttle went down to get guys up there, to get people up there. We paid the Russians a lot of money to launch those Soyuz ships.
And for a while,
So,
we were totally dependent, as a matter of fact, on Russia. Yeah, if we wanted to get things to and fro. So yeah, they're probably not happy with that.
No, they're not happy with that. And it doesn't surprise me that China would do something like that with a satellite. I will tell you this much. If they go up there and they use something like that to grab a Hubble with, or something of that nature, they're going to be some hell to raise, man. Because you know how much money's in something like, say, the Hubble telescope, and you grab it with some satellite thing? Steve, have you ever seen the radar that NASA has of the Earth with all the space debris going around? Have you ever seen that radar?
Yeah, there's just tons and tons of it out there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can put something up there to clean space junk up. I get that. You want to take and smash it down and push it in to where it'll go back into orbit and burn up. But guess what? That stuff's going to fall on somebody. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So why would you build something like that would go up there and smash something, and then it's going to come down and possibly fall on anybody, nonetheless your own people? You know, I don't get it, you know. And when I heard that yesterday, I did some research on that satellite after I heard your conversation about it, and it's not a nice satellite. It's by far not a nice satellite, you know, but we have been launching a lot of stuff for the Space Force in the last 6 months to a year, and stuff that we've needed a long time ago. And the Chinese, if you've watched our launches for our Space Force, they've been launching the same thing, pretty much close to what we've been doing every time. And within probably at least 3 to 4, or not a week away from each other on launches. So they're putting it up there, we're putting it up there. It's back and forth. It's almost like the Cold War was back in the day with Russia. So, but that's my opinion for what it is, buddy. And by the way, I wanted to keep it about space today instead of stuff that's off the air, and I appreciate you, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, you got it. There's actually there's a map where they show the Earth from 1960, and there was realistically nothing out there. By 1970, there's quite a bit. And by each 1980, 1990, 2000, I mean, right now, there's just an astronomical amount of junk. Yeah, used rocket boosters, just space debris all around, circling the planet. And I'm surprised we haven't already seen more issues with collisions, satellites, and things of that nature with the amount that's out there. But, all right, what's going on, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Well, they finally called that. I don't know if you got my last email.
Well, that must have just happened then.
Yeah, called the track probably about 75 yards from your house. So.
Boo!
He's still out and about. But hey, the other night, man, when I was talking about, when you hand somebody a firearm, you should check it and open up the action and so forth. But, on a movie set, it's a little bit different, Steve. I had a chance late 1980s. I got a job offer to be one of these guys. My daughter was still living out in California. She dabbled in, modeling and made some commercials and knew some people out in LA. And I guess she got in a conversation with somebody about, my dad's a gun nut. He's got a gun room down in his basement. And he's a gunsmith and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I would have had to go out to California and take some more classes in order to take that job. And the kids were young. And but anyway, I didn't. But here's the way it works. They got several people that handle these firearms before they hand them off to the actor. There's also a business out in LA. It's nothing but like a big gun store. It's owned by some people, and the Hollywood goes to this company and rents a lot of these weapons that are used in these movies. And most of them, like 99.9% of them, Steve, are modified where they can't even fire a real bullet.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
Yeah.
They're modified so they can shoot blanks, especially with semi-automatic pistols. If you shoot a blank that's not modified, it's not going to cycle the slide, and eject that casing. So they got to modify these pistols. So on a movie set, you have like a gunsmith. When after that weapon's used, they give it back to the gunsmith. He inspects it, makes sure everything's still fine with it. Right when it comes time to shoot a scene, he hands that weapon off to another handler. That handler will load the firearms with the blanks, right? And then hand it off to another safety person who will inspect that weapon and make sure it's good to go. And then he will hand it to the actor. And even firing blanks, Steve, they're not even supposed to point these guns at the actors, with camera angles and whatnot. They can point them away and make it look like it's getting pointed at them. Years ago, what was the one actor that was killed on set with a handgun? I'm trying to think of his name. It's eluding me. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was another actor killed by a blank, Steve. And these blanks at close range still shoot out hot gases and unburned powder that can literally penetrate your skin if you're only wearing a T-shirt and that's how he got killed. It was like a point blank type scenario where it was supposed to be a blank, and it ended up killing this guy. It wasn't even a real bullet. But in this case, listen, I'm not a big Baldwin fan, okay, but I don't. In my opinion, I don't think you can blame Baldwin on this. He's just an actor. Somebody handed him. There were several people that should have been involved in handling this firearm before it got into Baldwin's hands, and I think that's part of the problems due to budget cuts and this, that, and the other. That didn't happen, and it sounds like, from what I'm hearing on the news, that this was a real firearm.
Yep.
That was not modified. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. The other night, I think I made a comment. Well, Baldwin should have, checked that chamber or whatever before, but that's not how it works in the movie biz.
Somebody else is supposed to be doing that job before handing off the weapon.
Yes, there's 2 safety instructors, Steve, that check them weapons before that gets put into the hands of the actor. But real quick, again, you talked about the trial that's going on with the gentleman that shot him, killed them 2 guys, and wounded another one in the riot situation. Just talked about him earlier tonight.
Yep, right. That they're not allowed to refer to the quote victims. You can't call him a victim. You can call him a rioter. You can call him a looter. You can call him an arsonist.
Now, there's video out there, and I've seen some video through some of the other websites that we get here at work. And even with that, I think some of it was on YouTube. YouTube might have pulled some of it down. But there was actually a news crew there that night, Steve, and they interviewed this young boy, this 17-year-old that was there. And he was going around. He did have an AR strapped to him, but he also had a medical bag on him. He was handing out water to everybody. And they actually interviewed him. And he said, listen, I'm just here trying to, help people out, keep the peace. Anybody needs medical treatment, I'm here to help them. Here to give out water if anybody's getting dehydrated, blah, blah, blah. He was not involved in these disturbances. With that said, we all heard that he was at a family business, supposedly protecting the business from any looters, right?
Correct.
And they also... a video that one of the gentlemen that was shot, that he shot and killed, there was a video several hours before the shooting of this guy that he shot and killed and the shooter, this young boy, were on film, and the subject that was shot and killed was in the face of this young boy, threatening him, acting a goof, and supposedly he's the one that threw that Molotov cocktail at the business when he got shot. So I got a feeling, Steve, this boy, it's going to be hard pressed to get a murder charge on him, And the third guy that was shot, that was not killed, was shot in the arm. And he had a handgun in his hand while he was chasing this 17-year-old boy down the street. So you can't say that this 17-year-old did not fear for his life.
And I'm trying to recall when he got shot in the arm. Didn't he get shot in the arm that he had the gun in?
I believe so. Steve.
I think the gun came out of his hand. Because about he damn near blew his arm off, I think.
I got a photo of that still on my phone, and it did some major damage to this dude's arm. But so hey, it's in the court's hands now, and at least it sounds like we got a judge, that is
sensical.
Yes, yeah, saying some common sense here. It's not leaning left or right. It sounds like it's a good judge. So we'll see what happens. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you very much, Peppy. Thanks for the updates, by the way, this morning. Kind of crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stand in the doorway, D-Ray.
Yep. There you go. All right, we'll get a news break in here as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to bingoradiousa.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at bingoradiousa.com. That's bingoradiousa.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So according to the Yahoo News, an exclusive report this past day, going back to the movie set, there was a 24-year-old girl, Hannah Gutierrez Reed. She's the armorer, they referred to him. The armorer that handles the weapons on the set. And she was new to the job. Apparently, she was the subject of numerous complaints on her previous film, just 2 months earlier, after she discharged weapons without warning. This is a film that was starring Nicolas Cage, who apparently he was infuriated. The guy who served as the key grip on the Western, The Old Way was the film they were shooting over the summer, says that Gutierrez upset Cage and other crew members by failing to follow basic gun safety protocols like announcing the arrival and usage of weapons onto the set. After firing a gun near the cast and the crew for a second time in 3 days without warning, he said Cage yelled at her. He yelled, "Make an announcement. You just blew my effing eardrums out," before walking off the set of the stage. He says, I told the AD that she needs to go. After the second round, I was pissed off. We were moving too fast. She's a rookie. It was only after alerting his supervisors that the production needed a more experienced armorer who didn't make these kind of basic safety mistakes that he learned it was her very first movie. Now, her LinkedIn profile bills her as a videographer whose experience as an armorer dates back to March of 21, earlier this year. She is the daughter of Thel Reed, a weapons expert and a fast-draw exhibition shooter who's well-known in Hollywood and has previously worked with actors like Brad Pitt. We tried to reach her by phone. It appears to have reached. She's removed most of her social media presence. The first assistant director for the Nicolas Cage movie also did not respond for a comment. And so I don't know. She was one of those that was on the scene there. Not a good record, right? Walked onto the set with live rounds of blanks and no public announcement to the cast and crew. That is breaking protocol. She tucked pistols under her armpits and carried rifles in each hand that were ready to be used in a scene. Firearms were aimed at people. She turned around and the pistols were tucked under her armpits, pointing back at people. She twice fired guns on the set without giving any warning to the cast or crew. The first time she was demonstrating the gun volume to see if the loud sound would startle the horses, when without warning the gun went off. So the investigation continues. I guess that's where we'll leave it there. Interesting though, but let's see. Hey, I don't know what day is it anyway. And I guess he must be out of the truck doing something.
Your Honor.
Hey!
What do you say there? So
that was very.
Anyways, morning, Your Honor.
Very unusual not to get a Mike. Give us the full report. Was it Mother Nature related? Were you off the road last night, or what was going on?
Yeah, just short stuff, and just didn't have time for hold. Kind of like tonight's been. Just kind of been busy, kind of doing everything, and just don't have time to, even get dialed up to spend the time on hold to see what I can get on the air,
Gotcha. Okay.
So by the time, it kind of would have been like tonight, because I was just getting ready to step out the truck here in a second there. I just set the headset down and I heard you go to it. So anyways, hey, you had a caller back there that has himself one of them great big Mastiff dogs there riding around the truck with him there, and he found out about a gentle leader. There's also another brand out there called a Halty. We use them on our Danes all the time there. You can walk a Great Dane around like he's a Clydesdale, just follow you around, because they won't pull you away. So it's Halty, Halti. That goes with a gentle leader. So yep, big fans of them, and they work just like a halter on a horse, and they don't do any undue pressure on anything. They don't strain the neck, and if you put a harness on a big dog, all you're going to do is be drug around, because you're just attaching yourself to the pulling power of the dog. So wherever they want to go, they'll take you with a harness. So don't even attempt that. So hey, I hear you had Philip on there. He didn't mention anything about his great employer there. Is he going to get a pay raise?
Pay raise.
I see.
For what?
I see Disney's jacking the rates to be able to get into the Magic Kingdom.
Oh.
They're raising the prices again. So I figured Phillips get the big pay raise there. That's the way that's supposed to work, right? When they raise the prices, all their employees get raises.
Yeah. I don't think it works that way. Nope.
Yeah. And speaking of money, I think Chris there, I think he should be standing in line there for some of this $3.5 trillion deal here for green energy stuff, shouldn't he? Shouldn't he, with that tire hog? Shouldn't he get like $1 trillion or something from Biden for cleaning up the tires?
Yeah.
So I think he ought to be right down there in line there, AOC, and he should get with all them good, greenies and all that, and see if he can get some good money out of the government. As long as they're going to be throwing it around, they might as well throw it to him, make it worthwhile for us. So, and anyways, so what's this deal now? Now you got to deal with your shots, and you got the one, you get the shot, you don't get the virus, and wait a minute, you can still get the virus, but it won't be as bad. But now you need a third shot if you had the 2 shots, or if you had the 1 shot, you need another shot. Well, now that we got all those shots, now you got to get a 4th shot, Your Honor. Huh? What's this deal now? Now we got to have 4 shots.
For those that are immunocompromised, shot number 4, and there's going to be yearly boosters.
I thought shot number 3 was for the people that are immunocompromised.
Yes.
So we just keep moving the bar. So where's fully vaccinated? When is the definition of fully vaccinated actually going to stick? Yeah. Don't worry about getting on your ship, because ain't nobody going to get on a ship, because nobody's going to be fully vaccinated, right? And when it comes to your vaccine there, my wife there, she just got her new stuff there for her insurance, and found out how much the insurance policies are going up this year, and also found out, do you remember when we found out about these vaccinations, and they were all supposed to be, what was that 4-letter word that they were supposed to be? Oh, yeah, free. Remember that? Remember the vaccinations are free?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not free, Your Honor. All the insurance companies are paying for them. All the health insurance companies are paying for them. So if you went to a CVS or Walgreens or Rite Aid or your local Kroger's or your Wegmans or wherever else you went to, and they charged your insurance company, you had to show your proof of insurance to get it. They back charge your insurance company, so you double paid. Not only did your tax dollars pay for it with the, what was that, warp speed, warp drive,
warp speed,
like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So all your tax dollars and deficit spending went to that to pay off the pharmaceutical companies, And now the pharmaceutical companies are charging the back way, and they're taking money from all the people's insurance providers. How do you like that? So much for free, huh?
Yep, right.
Well, I tell you, free always comes with a catch, doesn't it? Didn't somebody say one time there's no such thing as a free lunch?
I believe I've heard that on more than one occasion.
I think the only one that might have got a free lunch there was, what was his name? I think Wimpy there said, "I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today."
Yep.
I think he's about the only one that might have pulled that off. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you there. So I'm hoping I get a Christmas present from Philip there. He's going to have all that extra money after he gets his pay raise. Damn, that's nice.
Yeah, share the wealth, right?
So that's right. That's right. So hey, that's the socialist way. Share the wealth. So all right, very good, Your Honor. You have yourself a fine day. We'll catch you later.
All right, thanks for checking in, Horse Feathers, and yep, you do the same. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81, eating freezy cups. Boy, I'm kind of glad Horse Feathers called in. I hate to try to do it. Horse Feathers impersonation. They got to have him in here, too. Hey, these invitations are getting a little rough. I'm going to touch on something you brought up on Monday morning, though. You're saying there's 3 counties in Maryland that's wanting to succeed and become part of West Virginia.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Well, I'm from that area in West Virginia, and I tell you what, Horse Feathers is right. Most of that area is very, very conservative. Those of you that went across 68, which I know is a lot of our drivers out there that's went through that area, from about where I-70 comes up, 68 comes off of I-70, farther west. It might even go over to I-81. I'm not sure exactly where the county line is there. From there west, all 68 in Maryland is the area is what they're talking about. Well, I'll speak for myself, and I'm sure many other West Virginians, that we don't mind taking that part of Maryland, but Maryland, you can keep what some of us refer to as Little Baltimore. Those that have been across 68 there's familiar with a little city called Cumberland. That place is nothing but a little Baltimore. I've been in that city many a time. I actually dated a woman for a short while that lived there, and it's full of crime. It's full of it literally has its own little ghetto. That's how bad that city is. Chevy guy and blind man can actually confirm this. Back in not sure exactly when. I never did get the actual date, but there was a paper mill started in a small town called Luke, Maryland. Back in it started in 1882. Now, originally, this paper mill was in West Virginia. But at that time, the taxes was so high in West Virginia as opposed to Maryland, they literally rerouted the Potomac River to change the state line so that it would be in Maryland. And could you imagine today you tried to reroute a river, let alone one that moves the state line? Can you imagine how the EPA would go berserk?
Wow.
Yeah, I've actually talked to a man that worked on that job site back in the 80s, and they would be drilling for light poles, and there was areas where they had to drill this huge area out to pour the concrete to set those light poles because it was so soft and mushy. He said there's times where you would drill down and you would get in the river that was underneath this paper mill. It's kind of an amazing story. Unfortunately, I believe it was 17 or so that paper mill ceased operations after like 130-some years. Yeah, it was a real hit to the economy around there. I had friends hauling pulling pulpwood into that mill for years. Yeah, well, I'm going to touch on Jolly Green a little bit. Jolly Green, I don't know of anybody that doesn't think this virus is real. You say that people deny it's real now. I don't know if anybody that feels that way. I mean, is the response out of control? I believe that. You know, I know you're for vaccinations. That's fine. I'm not going to hammer on that. We've hashed on that enough on this show. But, you know, we got people listed as dying of COVID that never had COVID, never tested for COVID. That's why that's part of why the overreaction happened, because the government was paying these hospitals for people that died of COVID. They was literally giving them money because they was died of COVID. And, Ron, I'm glad to hear your news that you're cancer-free. That's great. I've been had urinary tract infections, and I know how bad they can be and how painful they can be. And I'm glad to hear that you're cancer-free. That is absolute great.
That's good. Yeah. Yep.
Now on the lighter side. Now, Jolly Green claims that he sunk the SS Minnow. Well, then Captain Ron fought off his would-be assassins and sunk their rubber raft. I don't know what he's trying to raise, but it's not the Minnow. It is alive and well. We had to rebuild. The original Minnow is long gone. The Minnow 2 is long gone. Three was a plane, but the Minnow 4 is sailing well. So, you know, I think he's talking to them would-be assassins, and they're leading him a line. He's trying to go around and try to get money to pay for this. Yeah, I heard he was going as Baby Huey, and Kevin, the sex maniac, was going as a scarecrow. So if you see anybody dressed like that might be them too. So make sure you lock your door.
I'm thinking I still like the idea of Beavis and Butthead. I thought that was the best idea. First thing that came to my mind, right? Hey, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
right, good to have you with us here as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. Let's try again here. Hey, what's going on, Eagle? Hey, did we do... We're going to get a 2-for-1 tonight. Eagle snoring double dose. All right, get your beauty rest. You might need that. Let me see. Who we got on the line? Not seeing a name.
Is it doing that again?
Yep, sure enough.
Well, you know who it is when it does that usually.
Yeah, Big. I just talked to Gilligan, so yep. So what's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. Out here delivering these papers. One thing about it, you can come to me and I'm not going to be snoring.
Well, that would be a bad thing because you'd be trying to deliver papers while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
That'd be bad.
What do we got going on here? I got blue lights in front of me. Did you get that email I sent you?
Oh, I'll get a bunch of emails. What was it? Which one was it about?
I sent it a while ago about the Arkansas governor race. You seen that?
Yes. Yeah, that was where Huckabee Sanders is leading big time, right?
Yeah, it says down there an insurmountable lead. That's just a primary, but that's, that right there tells you who our Republican, nominee is going to be for governor.
Yeah.
And she's leading the governor's race about as bad, so more unless something comes out or something happens, unless she just completely steps in it, she's going to be our next governor.
I think she would make a good governor, don't you?
Oh, I think she would too. I liked her dad when he was governor. What have I missed tonight? Everything calm on the front?
Well, yeah, trying to maintain some sense of stability. Yeah, everything all right.
All right, well, I'm just going to check in with you, and I didn't have much for tonight. I had that. What was I going to say? I done forgot now. If I remembered, I'll call you back. Oh, when you read that off the other day about I think I done went over it about, it was my aunt and my mom, not my sister.
Yeah.
But I'll just back out of here, and like I said, like Moose says, keep it between the spotted and the solid, and listen, if I remember what it was, what else I was going to go over, I'll call back. But
okay. Yeah, you're getting the
some timers is kicking in pretty good tonight.
That's it. Yeah, don't be snoring when you come back. All right.
Now, that's not going to be good if I'm snoring.
All
right, bad.
Big Sexy. Thank you for checking in. There you go. All right, lines available as we roll into that final hour. It's 844-844-3388. Our former trade advisor, Peter Navarro, trade advisor to President Trump, this past day said that by undoing the Trump-era policies, President Biden has set Americans up for a very expensive Christmas holiday. That's criminal that administration officials would say that this inflation is transitory. At the beginning, when you're growing crops or you're doing fertilizer for your turkeys or your pork or your beef, that's all energy. It's natural gas. And when energy prices go up, that creates a food price shock as well. So those two forces are bearing down on what's ultimately going to be a very expensive Christmas for the American people. When Biden took office, he reversed most of the policies that Trump put in place, crashing a robust pre-COVID pandemic economy. He's essentially undone everything on the economy that Trump did, to take us to the strongest, most resilient economy we've ever had. Now it has crashed. There are serious issues going into the holidays. I take no pleasure in the fact that Joe Biden is undoing Trump's policies and actually creating all this misery as we prepare to enter the holiday season. Thanksgiving just around the corner. Americans are going to prepare the most expensive holiday dinner in history, which we touched on that last evening. Sharply rising inflation is going to mean around a 4% increase in the price of a family of 10 to make Thanksgiving dinner this year. Oh, by the way, compare that to the lowest cost in a decade for the holiday meal that was recorded just last year, in 2020. When you go to the grocery store and it feels like it's more expensive, well, that's because it is. Yeah, 10% of the prices relate to farming food products. 90% are due to wages, distribution, and other costs, which is currently hampering the supply chain crisis. Best example is, there you go, turkey, the main entree of the most expensive Thanksgiving dinner, which will likely cost more than $1.36 per pound. Supermarket News reported last year that the price of a turkey was more like $1.21 per pound, which was the lowest price in 10 years, since 2010. All right, final hour ahead here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished, and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
It's a MyPillow for the rest of your body. The MyPillow mattress topper. You will sleep well. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Don't forget, using my promo code USA will save you a bunch of money on anything on the MyPillow website. Christmas is coming. Get ready. MyPillow.com, promo code USA, 1-800-951-8175.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
As the investigation continues into the shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie in Santa Fe, New Mexico that killed the film's cinematographer, authorities say criminal charges haven't been ruled out. The Santa Fe County Sheriff and District Attorney both agree that accusations of safety on the movie set prior to the shooting could be a factor into a decision over whether to file the charges. District Attorney Mary Carmack Altweiss was asked if negligence was involved.
We can't say that it was negligence by whom, how many people were involved. We can't say that with any certainty at this point. So when we get to that point, yes, I will speak to that.
Negotiations continue among Democrats as they try to come together on what should be part of President Biden's spending plan. There's still a question on whether a tax on billionaires should be included. Democrats had been hoping to have a framework in place before President Biden heads to Europe on Thursday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Once again, the Attorney General is on Capitol Hill answering questions. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Attorney General Merrick Garland testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday on oversight of the Department of Justice. Garland has suggested that parent protests at schools could potentially be threats to school officials, calling the FBI and DOJ to investigate these incidents. North Carolina Republican Senator and Senate Judiciary Committee member Tom Tillis reacts to the testimony and believes some of his questions weren't answered.
The point that I tried to make is the chilling effect this is going to have on other parents who should feel comfortable going to school board meetings and rejecting some of these policies like we've seen in Loudoun County and across the country. There's no question in my mind that people are going to think twice when they think they have the watchful eye of the FBI overlooking everything that they say.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Police temporarily evacuated 3 buildings on Capitol Hill after the Department of Health and Human Services received a bomb threat. The nearby O'Neill House office building and the U.S. Botanical Gardens were also evacuated. Authorities also closed several roads in and around the area of the Capitol. After a thorough sweep, nothing was found and the evacuation was lifted. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just got an email from Scott checking in this morning. He says, today was my first day off the trainer 30 years ago on Perfect Storm Weekend. Texas was cold, Wyoming was snowy and colder, and you and your dad has been there with me most of those years. Great show as always. Thanks for all you do. How about that? Yeah, great to have you with us. Right on cue there. Morning to Truck and Phil. Hello to Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. Got 50 degrees in Fort Wayne this morning, 48 in Sterling Heights. Ready for that usual flip back and forth. Simplify. Thank you much, Truck and Phil. As always, have a safe journey today. All right. Hey, let's get back to the calls. Is that Dingbat?
Yeah, of course it is. You know who it is.
Hello, Dingbat. What do you know?
Oh, ready for this trip to get over and done with. Just trying to get some sleep when I get back because I got to do another run probably soon.
Well, what do they say? No rest for the weary.
Tonight's load was very, very heavy. I had 75 pieces on me. I was like, oh my goodness, how am I going to do this?
Well,
have you talked to Braindale lately?
Oh, he did chime in. I think he called last evening. He checked in and he was asking if I'd heard from you. And I said, yep, Dingbat called the night before, so.
You just said I cannot confirm or deny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he is. But you were talking about headsets. I'm on one right now. I keep one ear open regardless. I mean, I look all around, make sure there's no squad cars, nobody around me, sirens. I still hear one ear open.
I think most states have that kind of rule. You're not supposed to have earbuds in like both ears for just that reason, because you can't hear, emergency response vehicles if they're right behind you.
That distracted driving kind of thing.
Well,
You know how they are. But just want to chime in, say hello to everybody.
well, it's always good to hear from you,
like I'm
Ben.
sleepy. I may sound sleepy. The coffee has not kicked in since we left home today.
Let's see
I'm
what
like, ugh.
Heatwave said get you a 5-hour energy.
Oh, I can't do those.
No? Okay.
They make me too jittery.
Yeah, they do that to me too. Yep, sure enough.
Way too jittery. So I just want to give everybody hope they drive safe through Tennessee because we're getting hammered.
Well, thank you for checking in. Yep, a lot of rain out there tonight. I need to get an update on our heavy rain. And, while we're at it, they also updated the wind advisories for some areas up to high wind warnings for later today, especially over toward the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle regions. Yeah, they're talking wind gust up to maybe 70 miles per hour at times later today. So, yep, definitely. And then wind advisories through much of the south central states with the passing of that latest front. That latest front was the big storm, the bombogenesis that hammered the West Coast, now sweeping through central portions of the country. Let me see here as I kind of zoom in central portions of the country tonight. Now, we've seen, looking at rain just to the east, stretching from Oklahoma City up toward Wichita. It's raining in Topeka. A lot of rain in Iowa, pretty much across the board. You're hard-pressed to find any breaks in the rain there. Much of Missouri, especially the northern half of that state. Yeah, then on into southernmost reaches of Illinois, some heavy rains then extending back down along that line between Nashville and Memphis. Strong storms from Columbus to Tupelo, Mississippi. Then get into southern Alabama and moving into southwestern Georgia from Dothan, Alabama, over to Tifton, Georgia, and on down through the Florida Panhandle, even into the Big Bend area now. Apalachicola to Tallahassee. Rain, rain, rain. And some of that is torrential rain in the mix there. I'm going to flip back over and double check on the wind advisories, which I mentioned now. Yeah, 50 to 55 mile per hour winds today up in the Texas Panhandle region today. It looks like the high wind warnings, that would be, not a wind advisory, kicks in at 7 o'clock this morning till 7 o'clock in the evening. Gust around 60 miles per hour. And eastern portions of the Oklahoma and Texas Panhandle regions. Damaging winds bringing down trees, power lines, widespread power outages are expected. And travel will be difficult, especially in your high-profile vehicles. There you go. Is this Kentucky, Ken?
It is. I woke up and turned on the show and wanted to say hello. I'm up near a little town I'm going to. It's called Plano, Illinois. But life's going good. Enjoy hearing you as always, and especially those weather forecasts. I hope I don't run into any up here. I've had a good week, no rain. So far, so good.
That's we're only almost to the weekend. Yeah, I'm looking here. I mean, Illinois we're going to see some rain in Illinois. Right now, it's the heaviest way down in southern Illinois. Yeah, there is a little bit of rain kind of coming together. You probably will get wet at some point today.
Oh, I'm sure. I got to drop a trailer up in Plano, and then I'm picking up a full one and going back down to Elizabethtown, Kentucky. So it's going good. Been driving a lot of daytime, doing about 550 miles a day. So I only have a couple of negatives. You ready for this?
Okay.
Chicago and Atlanta, Georgia.
Yep.
I do not enjoy both those cities. In fact, coming up here, the computer wanted to send me through Chicago, and I was in Atlanta for a day and a half with about 3 different trailers. And I said, there's no way I'm ready to go back through Chicago after all this Atlanta stuff. So I rerouted and coming up a little old country 2-lane highway 47 up through that'll run me, off 74 up to Plano, almost straight to where I'm going. So avoided Chicago.
And
Atlanta, but it's going well.
And I mean, Atlanta, even on a good day, hell, you can try to go through there even during the overnight. I've traveled through there at 2-3 in the morning, and it's like, where the hell are all these people going at this time of day? It's crazy.
Right, it is crazy, and there's so many lanes there. You would think, why do you have all this congestion? It's almost a nightmare up there, isn't it, Steve?
Well, I'm glad things are going well for you out there and getting all settled in with that new line of work after all those years.
Yes, sir. I miss my people and my community, but I tell you what, I really enjoy seeing the country, and I really enjoy driving again. It's a good thing. So anyway, everybody have a good, safe night, and I got about 2 more hours on my break, and I'm going to get up and roll up the hill.
You're rolling on the highway. All right. Have a great day. There you go, Kentucky Ken. We've got clear lines at 844-3388. Then we got the official breakdown. Well, let me see here. Yeah, the numbers came in. The border crossers, well, yeah, we know they've been releasing many of them into the country, right? These illegals. Just how many? Well, how about more than 500,000 border crossers and illegals have been released into the heart of the country this year, predominantly by Biden, the Joe Biden administration's newly released data that reveals this past day. In a letter to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Senator Ron Johnson revealed the extent to which this administration is operating the most expansive catch and release process for border crossers and illegal aliens. Now, he said that limited data provided to his office by Homeland Security found that they had released at least 500,000 border crossers and illegals into the interior since the beginning of the year. Of course, Biden took office January 20th. As of August 31st, nearly 2 months ago, a total of 530,000 released, being processed under Department of Homeland Security Title VIII authority. Many of them just giving what they call an NTA, a notice to appear in immigration court. Of those, more than 500,000 released, over 124,000 have been processed by ICE, while 102,000 were unaccompanied children. Now, I'm looking at some of the latest numbers separately from Judicial Watch this past day. Not only was the record for illegal apprehensions shattered in fiscal year 2021. That's they go from October to October for a fiscal year. So technically the October 1st was the end of the fiscal year. And it wrapped up with a bang, a final month spike of migrants from Haiti, up 132%, Turkey up 89%, India up 82%, Ukraine up 81%, and even China. The number of illegals from Russia nearly doubled from 758 to 1,432 during the same period. These are people coming from all over the world. The chilling stats illustrate the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis and the national security created by these open border policies. Ultimately, we were just shy of 1,700,000 at the southwest border in 2021. Now, to give you an example, comparison, for fiscal year 2020, the number was 400,651. You go from 400,000 to 1,600,000. I mean, that's difficult to even wrap your mind around. 8 of the 9 Border Patrol sectors saw triple-digit percentage increases in illegals over the last year. Yuma in Arizona reported an eye-popping 1,200% hike in apprehensions. The Del Rio sector in Texas, an unbelievable 542% surge. The Rio Grande Valley sector, a 508% increase. Yeah, that one led all the stations with 549,000 arrests. That's just one crossing. Del Rio, 259,000 apprehensions, which surpasses Border Patrol divisions in Texas and Arizona that typically see more traffic. 2 other Texas locations, Big Bend and El Paso, had gains of 331% and 256% respectively. Just incredible. Most of them, 608,000, were from Mexico, followed by the Central American nations of Honduras, 309,000 Hondurans, 279,000 Guatemalans, 96,000 El Salvadorans. In the last month of the fiscal year, migrants from those 4 Latin American countries accounted for well over half the apprehensions along the Mexico border. 367,000 arrests included Haitians, Cubans, Brazilians, Venezuelans, and Ecuadorians. To top the year, Border Patrol encounters with Haitians rose from 7,590 in August to more than 17,600 in September. Oh, and by the way, there is another caravan that's marching this direction. It appears the most recent caravan is just the beginning, as just a few weeks ago, Panama's foreign minister warned that there are more than 65,000, mostly Haitians, ready to head through Latin America. Since January, more than 86,000 who arrived at the U.S.-Mexico border actually passed through Panama. We've been sounding the alarm for months about this, said the Panamanian official. And he said the numbers indicate that this is just going to increase. You can't help but shake your head and wonder. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think most of us can pretty much figure out when you have to increase the cost of labor, whatever occupation we're talking about. Trucking, fast food, big box stores. I mean, the labor cost has to be covered somehow. And of course, they're still looking to make a profit. So that cost gets passed on. Anyone that's a Starbucks connoisseur, which I am not really even a coffee drinker at all anymore, but of course known for their high dollar coffees. Starbucks announcing this past day workers in the U.S. will receive a pay raise next year, which will mean pay will range between $15 and $23 an hour. In a letter to employees, Starbucks North American president said, wage increases are part of the overall effort to improve working conditions in the stores. Employees with 2 or more years of service receive a 5% raise in January. Workers with 5 or more years experience up to a 10% raise. Workers can also receive a $200 recruitment bonus for attracting new employees. The company's planning a second pay hike for the summer of 22, which will bring the average wage to $17 an hour. Now, they do say the current hourly pay is $14 an hour. This is all the other fast food chains. Restaurants, bars, eateries, from Domino's Pizza to McDonald's to Chipotle, Popeyes, all the restaurant brands. Tuesday, Costco announced they're raising the minimum wage for hourly store workers to $17 an hour. Amazon, of course, raised their starting wage to $15 an hour last year, which Target and Best Buy followed suit. Right after that, Walmart raised their minimum wage from $11 to $12 per hour last month. CVS and Walgreens said last month that they're going to increase their baseline pay to $15 an hour. In other words, the cost of increased labor will ultimately be passed on in the cost of, you got to pay a little bit more for your burger or your cup of coffee or your pizza, whatever it's going to be. And we will get back to your calls just ahead. First of all, we'll get to our news break here, bottom of the hour. And as always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
In San Antonio, Texas, people are cleaning up as powerful storms tore through the area. There were reports of tornadoes in Houston and also in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And in the Northeast, there is major storm cleanup in eastern Massachusetts after a nor'easter ripped through the area. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker had a warning to the people in his state.
Folks should remember the storm isn't finished and crews are working to make roadways and other infrastructure safe.
Over the past 24 hours, power lines have been down, debris has covered major roads, and trees have fallen all around the South Shore. Also, the power company there said they've called in crews from Connecticut, New Hampshire, and from Canada. The CDC is now recommending a fourth COVID shot for those with compromised immune systems. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
I know it's just October, but it's never too early to look for Christmas gifts and give those you love the gift of a good night's sleep. Go to MyPillow.com, shop for great gifts including the original MyPillow, MyPillow slippers, mattress toppers, pet beds, and of course my promo code USA will save you up to 66% on anything on the MyPillow website. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code USA, and give someone a gift that you love.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Looking here. You know, Carolina Monkey Gouger, he likes to bowl. He's part of a bowling team, he and his wife and some friends. And I'm looking at the photo we shared yesterday where it's Halloween time, right? And his team, their team won the best team costume at their bowling league party. They all dressed up as Price is Right contestants. Well, there you go. Come on down, right? Yeah, that big old grin on Monkey Gouger's face there. Well, congratulations. How'd you do in your bowling, by the way? It is 844-844-3388. And there's Vic this morning. What's happening, Vic?
Oh, not a lot of anything. I was just listening to Kentucky Ken there talking about 47 up through Illinois. It's been 10 years since I've been there, but that's a long drag up through there, and it's got a detour around a few towns, so I'm sure it's changed a lot. Hopefully they've improved it. Some sections are pretty good, so usually it's better to go through Chicago, but if he's just leaving now, he's going to be hitting it about rush hour time, and that would not be good. But anyway, it's probably been a week ago now or so that I don't know if you got it or not. I sent you some clips off of YouTube there about the wild and wonderful whites of West Virginia. I don't know if you got that or not.
Yes, I did, yes.
But anyway, they made it. Well, you noticed that they made a documentary there with Hank Williams III. Nobody was happy with the documentary. The whites claimed it portrayed them in their worst image, and that in turn didn't make Hank Williams or the Kentucky Headhunters too happy. But and before anybody gets all excited about it, my wife's family goes back to the original white family of Jamestown, Virginia. The guy that came over was actually a preacher. But anyway, the point I was trying to make was, see, Joe Manchin has to keep those type of people happy. They probably can't vote because of their criminal records, maybe, but some can. But they're connected and they can deliver him votes. And then he has to also keep the billionaire coal and energy operators. He has to keep them happy. And then there's all the in between. And I don't see how that he can vote for this bill and keep those people happy, because supposedly his big objection was that they wanted to increase Medicaid. And, you know, Medicaid is a state operation, and states have to pay for that. So if they start raising the taxes in West Virginia to pay for the Medicaid, they've already been pretty hard hit in the coal industry, and I imagine some people will leave. And then also West Virginia used to have a good glass industry. I think most of that's now went to China. So they don't have that much of an economic base there because it's all pretty well based on some form of energy or resource use, including timber. So I don't see how they can put enough money into that bill and basically to buy off Senator Manchin, and because he was a governor before, and frankly, he wasn't very environmentally friendly either. He went along with what they called mountaintop clearing, coal mining, surface coal mining, where they just basically cleared off the whole mountaintop so they could start bring the big steam shovels in, or electric shovels now, and just do the open pit mining. And they did a number on a lot of streams over in West Virginia. And then, of course, you know about the chemical valley there in the Canal River. You know, that's where supposedly Mothman originated, but they had a lot of chemical plants there, and they had a lot of problems there. So I'm trying to figure out, all I heard all day long today was, well, we believe we have Senator Manchin on board. And I just don't really see how that they're going to get him to vote for this bill. And they're trying desperately to get this done before Biden goes overseas. And the other thing too, they keep talking about infrastructure, and we've discussed this many times. There is enough money from the Highway Trust Fund to pay for all the roads and bridges and everything else if it just went for what it was supposed to go for and what everybody's paying taxes for. But with this human infrastructure, I never heard of such a thing because it used to be over in the old Health, Education, and Welfare Department, and how they're twisting that around to throw that into an infrastructure bill. You know, like I said, the conflicts that Senator Manchin is going to be facing, since they want to throw that massive human infrastructure bill into it, I just don't see how that bill will ever go anywhere. And the other thing too, I want to mention real quick, you know, our current transportation secretary, I never can pronounce his name anyway, Buttigieg or whatever it is.
Mayor Pete.
You know, Mayor Pete. Okay, well, that's better. Anyway, he was a naval intelligence officer, and people were talking about, you know, what's his training. Well, today I was discussing something with a brokerage company there out of Chicago, and I said, you know what? I said, Mayor Pete was a naval intelligence officer, and if I recall right, part of their training was discussing supply and logistics, including port security. So I don't know if he ever took that lesson or got over into that or not. But if he did, he should be able to solve that problem out there real quick like. And that's about all I had tonight there, Steve.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Vic. Have a great morning. Be safe out there, right? What do you say, Larry? Happy Thursday.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. I'm ready for the weekend already. I'm pushing it
yes.
a little bit. I heard you talking about Halloween costumes, and it made me think back to years ago. I don't normally dress up for Halloween stuff. It's just kind of not my thing. But years ago, I went to a Halloween costume party as Geraldine. Do you remember who Geraldine is?
Geraldine. Not really, no.
Do you remember a guy named Flip Wilson?
No, yes, I remember Flip Wilson, yes.
Well, Flip Wilson's character, one of his characters was Geraldine, had a real high voice, African-American lady. Well, for those who don't really know me like you do, Picture this. I'm 6'5". I hover right around 300 pounds. And I had black leotards on, a black long sleeve shirt, and I blacked out my face. And I was wearing heels and a mini skirt. I don't want you to hurt your eyes,
Oh,
Steve,
my.
but you have that image in your mind?
Yeah.
Now, think about this. I'm on my way to the party, and I need to get gas because I'm just about out of gas. Well, back in those days, the gas fill was behind the license plate on most cars.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep. Right.
So picture me at the gas station at the corner of Pippin and Springdale, and I have to now bend over with this mini skirt to fill my gas nozzle. You can't imagine how many horns were blowing.
That's funny. That's funny. That's
So I've probably ruined that image. And by the way, I saw somebody on the Facebook connection that chimed in, Kurt Kirchhoff. Do you know Kurt?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Kurt was a firefighter in Springdale. His family is involved in fire service. And if Kurt's still on, I want to say a hi, big old hi, and thank you for your years of service. His family was involved in first responding in the Hamilton County tri-state area, so he's a good guy to know.
All right. Good to hear.
Well, that's all I got. Just wanted to chime in with a little Halloween humor.
That's great. Yep. Well, I looked up the image of Geraldine. Flip Wilson is Geraldine, and yeah, I can kind of envision that. That had to be one ugly sight, right? And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, next Tuesday, Election Day. All eyes will be on Virginia, the governor's race there. Many say this may be kind of the telltale sign for the 2022 midterms. If the Republican is able to pull off the victory there in Virginia, sentiments are changing. If Joe Biden won the state of Virginia so handily in the 2020 election, how is it that Terry McAuliffe is struggling right now? I mean, head to head in the polls. He's been bringing out everyone and their brother, Barack Obama. Is that the woman from down in Atlanta, Georgia? They have, of course, Joe Biden there, all trying to drum up support for McAuliffe. They're looking at it like it would be quite the upset if he were to lose. Well, the National Republican Congressional Committee on Tuesday released a pretty damning report, a damning poll, I guess you'd call it, as far as the Democrats are concerned, showing that the Republican, the GOP, leading on the generic ballot in 85 battleground congressional districts. They're leading 43% to 40%. It's not just that the Biden honeymoon is over. They say voters are now having Biden remorse due to the Democrats' incompetence. President Joe Biden's overall approval has flipped from 51% approve, 45 disapprove in July to now 45 approve, 51% disapprove in October. That shift in approval is almost, they tell us, entirely from independent voters. That's a segment that played a pivotal role in getting him elected. 39% of independents now approve, 54% disapprove of Biden's performance. They say many of the groups that powered Biden to the presidency have now soured on him as he is underwater with Hispanics by -5, college-educated white voters at -3. A majority of voters at 53% do not believe Joe Biden is competently running the country. When it comes to independents, 62% do not believe Biden is competent. Of course, Republicans lead across 85 battleground congressional districts as a result of Democrats' incompetence. They found that the GOP is leading with independents by 8 percentage points, 35 to 27. 35% GOP, 27% Democrat. Republicans have also swayed college-educated white voters who supported Biden in 2020 to now 44% GOP, 41% Democrat. That's probably within the margin of error there, right? Because you've always got your plus or minus. Furthermore, Republicans continue to gain ground in Hispanic voters. The generic ballot in battleground districts show Republicans and Democrats pretty much tied at 42 to 42 percentage-wise in that demographic. Republicans have a decisive advantage on the issues they say that are most important to voters. Undoubtedly, a whole lot could change between now and 2022's election. But I think it's got to be pretty encouraging for Republicans in some of those battleground congressional districts. I'm trying to recall back. How many seats did the Democrats lose in the first midterm under Barack Obama? Wasn't it like 60 seats? Something in that 63? Something along that line? Hey, Chow, let's get our knucklebuster impersonator in here. What's going on?
Well, good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. I want to start off saying I am the unofficial knucklebuster impersonator. I aspire to one day to be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive.
Boy.
Yep, I on, Tom. The catering to sleep-deprived people. You see that?
I can't say that I did.
They have hospital. What's up? Oh, anyway, they have a 47-mile run. They go around. These people can be lulled to sleep by the bus. I tell you what, I think some of these drivers out here are already driving sleepy because there is some real crazies on this road. That's for sure. The story I sent you there was, did you see where the bear crashed the wedding reception?
Bear crashed the wedding reception. No, missed that one too.
It's down in Mexico. The bear comes in, crashed the wedding reception looking for food. Well, I'm sure he didn't get an invite. I'm sure he helped himself to that wedding cake. Can you imagine that's your wedding and all at once a bear comes in and just starts eating on your wedding cake?
I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine.
Yeah, that would be awful rough. Well, let me finish off the saying, go ahead and go get you some hot shot chicken. I've said before, it really works good in my old pickup truck. It's one of them Turbo 3000s. Boy, they seem to really work good too. Make sure you go over to Overnight Drive and get you some t-shirts, hats, stickers, coffee mugs and such. Oh, I really like it.
Especially you women, yeah. Knucklebuster impersonator, don't quit your day job, for crying out loud. You didn't have time to get to the story about the Maryland man after celebrating his luck after collecting a $2 million jackpot from a scratch-off ticket for the second time. Said he was running his morning errands, stopped at the Exxon station, bought a pair of $2 million richer scratch-off tickets. Now, what's really surprising is the first ticket earned him $100. You'd be thinking, hey, I'm ahead. Second ticket was a $2 million top prize winner. How about that? Yeah, that's the dream we all have, right? Now, we said for the second time, the winner previously claimed a $2 million prize from a scratch-off ticket several years ago. That's crazy. What are you, buy yourself a Powerball ticket, dude. I mean, the luck's on your side there. Hey, have yourself a wonderful Thursday here. Can't believe we'll be rolling into Friday, getting set for the weekend. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, I hope you'll join us here for this week's final edition of the Steve Sommers. That'll actually be this month's final edition live of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream